commissioners for their patience readjusting on schedules. And also just had a special treat because Chief Justice Jerry Vanderwall was just out the hallway out there, came by to say hi. So it's special to see him, longest serving Supreme Court justice in the nation. So wonderful. He greets everybody. But Karen, if you could kick us off with the roll call.
Governor?
Here.
Attorney General?
Here.
Commissioner?
Here. I'd like to invite Commissioner and any guests who care to join us. Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next order of business is Department of Mineral Resources. Nathan, Mark, and welcome Richard Suggs. Thank you for being here today. We'll turn it over to you guys.
The first item on the agenda is consideration of our hearing schedule for next year. Schedule around events. Taking into account we schedule these hearings, also dates. Asking your approval of our tentative schedule.
So move. Second. You got a motion and a second. That's attachment 1 and includes 26 dates going from this January 25 to January of 26, as I understand it. And if that's the case, the one typo on that
I just saw that.
is that it's wraps all the way around and then we start 25 all over again. So we'll make that with the adjustment that that's January 2026 on the very bottom.
Very bottom.
Okay, got that? So so motion as amended,
Yes.
unless we want to do the Groundhog's version, and start 25 over again. We'll call for the vote.
Yes.
Attorney General?
Yes.
Governor?
Yes, motion carries. Next order of business is consideration of cases.
And first case on the schedule is it's an overriding royalty interest case. Duke Royalty is an overriding royalty owner. And they're asking the commission to provide that Iron Oil was the operator of the well, is not entitled to recovery of any drilling, completion, or production costs, or recovery of a risk company on Duke's overriding royalty interest in the Boxcar 1-4-16H well. A little bit of background, Duke Royalty is an overriding royalty interest company. And Duke and Solo Corp are wholly owned by the same individual. Solo Corp is the entity that assigned the override. Iron Oil had acquired 2 North Dakota Board of University and School Lands leases. And then they gave a 50% interest, sold a 50% interest to several different entities, along with Solo Corp being one of those. They receive 11.5% of the 50% that Iron Oil had assigned. Those overrides were recorded in McKenzie County November 16th of 2021 and December 1st of 2022. And Iron Oil sent out an initial well proposal dated October 15th, 2021 that was received by Solo Corp October 22nd, 2021. I won't bore you with the details, but that invitation was untimely, and they filed a corrected assignment of the leases and recorded in McKenzie County on January 30th, 2023, and then they resent out the well proposal. Our statutes and regulations do not define what an overriding royalty interest is, but the Supreme Court has defined it, and I'll kind of paraphrase it. It says an overriding royalty interest is an interest in oil and gas production that is carved out of a working interest created in an oil and gas lease. So the override is tied to that lease. A working interest is burdened by costs of drilling and production, but an overriding royalty interest is an interest in the oil and gas that's produced, and it's free of costs of production. So it's a cost-free interest. Iron Oil has not been paying Duke, the overriding royalty interest, which are not subject to drilling and completion costs. Duke does not have a working interest. It's just an override interest they have. Therefore, it's not subject to the risk. There's no disagreement on that. And what Duke is requesting the commission do is to order Iron Oil to stop not paying. So in other words, they want them to start paying. One interesting thing is Duke, who is the override, acknowledged that overriding royalties are bad for an operator. It's cost-free. It's paid separately from the working interest it's derived from. Therefore, it reduces the revenue that can be attributed to that working interest. Iron Oil argues that overriding royalty interests acquired by Duke are not proper since Solo Corp elected not to participate in the well. So they went non-consent. And Iron Oil is collecting a risk penalty from Solo Corp. There's no disagreement there. Everybody understands that's what's going on. And they also say they're not proper because the interests were recorded after Solo Corp knew about the well or had elected to participate in the well. I'd like to point out there's one paragraph from this order, paragraph 31, and it cites the relevant century code. And it states, 380803A states, if the non-participating owner's interest in the space unit is derived from a lease or other contract for development, the risk penalty is 200% of the non-participating owner's share of the reasonable actual cost of drilling and completing the well, and may be recovered out of and only out of production from the pooled space unit as provided by section 380810, exclusive of any royalty or overriding royalty, and that emphasis is added. So if you go non-consent, the drilling completion costs and the penalty are recovered out of production from the well. We believe that relevant language in 380803 is unambiguous. If you look at it, there's no distinction between royalty and overriding royalty. There it says any royalty or overriding royalty. To me, that means they're treated the same. And nobody is arguing that a royalty interest owner shouldn't be paid until the penalty is satisfied. So we're asking you here to do today is basically just to restate the obvious that the Iron Oil cannot recover drilling completion or production costs or a risk penalty from Duke royalty in the Boxcar 1-4-16H well. Duke is requesting to order them, Iron Oil to start paying, but the validity of the assignment or acceptance of an overriding royalty interest and payments thereto are not under the jurisdiction of the commission. So we can't order them to pay. It's just, I think if they're not satisfied with this, I think that remedy probably lies in the courts.
So I don't have a problem with this, but just a couple things, because it's quite complex.
It is until you read it 300 times.
So when you talk about payment on or expenses that come out of the production, is that a percentage of the production from Duke Royalties interest or Solo Corp's interest, or is that over the overall production?
So anybody that went non-consent in this case will just assume it was only Solo Corp. They had roughly 12% of the lease in the well. Solo Corp went non-consent. They fully realized they were going to get assessed the 200% risk penalty. So Iron Oil recovers the cost that Solo Corp should have paid out of production, out of the sale of production from that well, plus the penalty.
Right.
And since it's a 200% penalty, the well basically has to pay out 3 times before Solo Corp would back in and get paid for their work.
Correct. Royalty. What it sounds like was maybe being assumed was that, in a sense, what they were saying is the production for their percentage until it's covered. But in reality, they're not bound by this. Because we're talking about, because it was an overriding royalty.
The override is bound by the terms of the lease.
Right,
So
okay. I just wanted. Either,
so when the lease would terminate, the override would terminate, but not a royalty.
right. At least I get that. Okay, so move.
We have a motion.
Second.
Second. Mark, at the beginning, you described that there was some either shared or joint or similar ownership between two of the entities. Is that a complicating factor in the recommendation that you went through during the hearing?
I don't think it's a complicating factor. It does, it seems, I wouldn't call it a net, but it's, you're taking your lease and you're signing a portion of lease to yourself, basically. And that makes it a cost-free interest that, basically touched. Now, an override is usually small, you know, like 1 or 2%, but it's several of it adds up.
So complicating, but not adverse to the current laws that you're following during the hearings.
Correct. It's, you know, it's like I said, it seems a little unseemly, but if the override was assigned to somebody that was completely separate, the result is the same.
Okay, any other questions or comments? And this is a motion to approve attachment 2 as written.
Correct.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Call for the vote.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Attorney General?
Yes.
Governor?
Yes, motion carries.
Now we're going to turn it over to
Myself and Richard.
Great.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. The next 9 cases are all related to the applications for geologic storage of carbon dioxide. One storage facility application under each of 3 wholly owned subsidiaries of Summit Carbon Solutions, SCS1, SCS2, and SCS3. Each application for geologic storage requires 3 cases and thus 3 orders. One for establishing the storage facility, another for the amalgamation of the pore space, and the establishment of the financial assurance. All 9 cases were heard at a public hearing over the course of 3 days, June 11th through the 13th, 2024. There is a lot of overlap in the matters, so Richard Suggs, the geology manager for the oil and gas division, will be presenting the 9 matters in his slides. Our recommendation will be to act on the 9 orders in 3 different motions, 1 action for each applicant and individual storage facility, approving the storage facility order, the amalgamation order, and the financial assurance order for each of the applicants. On the screen, you'll see the 14. Are we there?
Fine.
Oh, I got you. If we don't get to it, it's okay. Richard will go through it in his presentation, but on the screen, it's actually near the end, but there's 14 permit requirements that must be met per North Dakota Century Code. Those are them. So these are the 14 requirements per North Dakota Century Code, and Richard will speak to these throughout his slides. With that, I'll turn it over to Richard to present the technical aspect, the opposition, and the permit requirements for each of these 9 orders and 3 motions.
Nathan. Richard, welcome.
Thank you. So before you, I guess, right now is the location map for the 3 storage facilities under consideration, all of which are located in west central North Dakota near the junction of Mercer, North, and all of our counties. The SCS1, they're all proposed by Summit Carbon Solutions. The SCS1 is Summit Carbon Storage number 1. It's a TB Langang storage facility, and it's proposed to include approximately 29,445 acres. The SCS2 BK Fisher facility is proposed to include approximately 28,845 acres, and the SCS3 KJ Hens facility is proposed to include approximately 31,239 acres. Carbon dioxide is proposed to be captured at 57 facilities. I believe they're all ethanol facilities. located through Iowa, Minnesota, Nebraska, South Dakota, and one ethanol facility, the Thorolson ethanol facility located in eastern North Dakota. Delivered to the 3 storage facilities through the Midwest Carbon Express pipeline, the North Dakota portion of which the Public Service Commission recently approved as of November. In each case, the applicants SCS1, SCS2, and SCS3 have met all the Century and administrative code requirements for the permitting of carbon dioxide storage facilities. And as per the policy set forth by the legislature in Century Code 302201, geologic storage of carbon dioxide is in the public interest. Let's flip to the next slide.
On.
So as part of preparing the storage facility application, Summit through the ERC performed geologic characterization on Broom Creek Formation as proposed, as the proposed injection zone identified on the slide as by the red arrow, which is located about 5,500 feet below ground level. They also characterized the overlying Spearfish and Opeechee formations as the upper confining zone and the underlying Amsden formation. They use these geologic characterizations to construct geologic models of said formations and ran numerical simulations on those models to predict the results of the carbon dioxide injection facilities. As a result of those characterizations and modeling efforts, they defined the horizontal and vertical boundaries of the storage reservoirs and determined that the proposed Broom Creek injection zone was both suitable and feasible for carbon dioxide injection. And that the confining zones were of sufficient quality to prevent carbon dioxide from escaping the storage reservoir. We agree with these assessments. Through evaluation of 3D seismic over the storage facility, there were indications of some basement connected faults in the area, right, in the storage facility. But through the same 3D seismic also confirmed that the vertical extent of those faults cuts off in the inner lake about 3,000 feet below the Broom Creek, and that with evaluating the low frequency of seismic events that happen in North Dakota, support the conclusion that the observed faults are not active and don't cut through the confining zones or the injection zone. Fracture analysis performed on core samples and borehole image logs also concluded that there was some minor fracturing in some of the formations, but also concluded that the fractures were filled with either precipitate minerals and the fractures lacked sufficient permeability or vertical extent to act as fluid migration pathways. An evaluation of existing wellbores, 3D seismic and fracture analysis and interpretation logs, along with water samples collected at the Broom Creek, again, the red arrow in the column above, and the Indian Cara, the gray arrow listed on the slide as well, support the conclusion that no migration pathways currently exist between the Broom Creek and overlying formations. Thus, lacking those pathways, storage of carbon dioxide in the Creek Formation will not adversely affect surface waters or formations containing freshwaters. The deepest freshwater zone there, also on the slide, is indicated by the blue arrow with the Fox Hills Formation, approximately 1,500 feet. Numerical simulation and geologic modeling of the injection of carbon dioxide into the storage reservoir indicated that carbon dioxide could be safely and effectively stored, and that the injected stream would not compromise the integrity of the storage reservoir. The proposed testing and monitoring plan is determined to be sufficient to assess the location and migration of carbon dioxide in the subsurface. The geologic characterizations that were done, along with the proposed testing and monitoring plan, support a conclusion that the carbon dioxide storage facility constructed and operated as proposed in these applications will not endanger human health or unduly endanger the environment. Review of published information and geologic evaluation of those same formations, both of the injection zone formations as well as formations above and below the proposed reservoir, indicate no commercially viable minerals located within the area. And while coal is present in the near surface, no existing mines have plans to mine coal within the storage facility areas during the project's operational period. I will note, should mineral resources be identified in the future, the presence of the storage facility does not preclude the drilling of vertical or horizontal wells for extraction purposes. Next slide, please. So starting with paragraph 35 in the findings portion of the storage facility order, the concerns expressed through written comments are summarized. And where relevant to the cases being heard and within the jurisdiction of the commission, those concerns have been addressed throughout the findings of the order. For this discussion, the written comments have been grouped into 3 rough categories as noted on the slide. 8 submissions came in, included concerns that we can think of as general opposition, and expressed concerns including Summit having a potentially bad reputation with landowners and a lack of experience building pipelines or injection wells, concerns regarding continued reliance on oil and gas industries, the safety of carbon dioxide capture, transport, and storage technologies, potential inequity in the proportion of tax credits allocated to storage, potential negative impacts to land, environment, or minerals. Commenters assert that the carbon capture and storage technology is still evolving, it's unproven, and that carbon sequestration is underregulated, and also that the amalgamation law is unconstitutional. Decisions on these cases should wait until the courts determine constitutionality. There were 12 submissions from mineral owners expressing concerns that there would be negative impacts to their mineral rights, property interests. Concerns regarding Summit was claiming that minerals don't exist in the pore space or are of such little value as to not warrant compensation. Summit must be required to negotiate with mineral owners for a fair price or any consequential impacts to their mineral interest. We also received 4 submissions in support of 1 or more of the storage facilities, specifically 1 set of reporting comments for the TVA Langang storage facility, as well as comments for all of them that included the project will sustain and enhance the agriculture industry, provide jobs and tax revenues for the counties and the state, provide supplemental income to farmers and ranchers, and be a benefit to economic development, as well as some favorable comments from parties with their experiences working with some. With respect to the appearances, at the hearing, 11 surface landowner interveners were represented by counsel in opposition to the applications, one of which was Kurt Swenson, who testified at the hearing representing the Swenson Living Trust. Mr. Swenson testified that he is not against the applicant Summit or proposed storage facilities, but he does disagree with the use of taxpayer funds to reward their unconstitutional taking of private property. Mr. Swenson followed that statement, those initial statements, by expressing several reasons why they felt that the commission should consider denying the applications, indicating that the North Dakota Conservation Law is a taking of private property, felt that Summit hadn't made a good faith effort to get his consent for pore space use, not believe that Summit proposed storage facilities are accomplishing the policies and goals under NDCC Chapter 3822. He claimed to have been severely prejudiced by the state's lack of enforcement of North Dakota rules of procedure, and that the storage facility boundaries are arbitrary and inaccurate. Pore space could be harmed or damaged, and that Summit also hadn't provided vapor release models. Feels that information would be necessary to have before making a determination that the project could endanger human health. There was also 1 appearance in support, Mr. Kenneth Hentz. Mr. Hentz testified that approving the storage facilities would provide new industry for North Dakota, provide supplemental income for farmers and ranchers, and new tax dollars for the county. Hentz explained that he has worked with Summit since 2021, and their experiences have been good and open. I just want to reiterate at this point that all of the concerns and issues addressed by the written comments and the testimony at the hearing were addressed throughout the orders and the findings of the orders.
Richard, do you know across the 3 storage areas how many landowners there are in total?
I want to say the testimony included that Summit had worked with over 450 individual landowners. That does include acreage outside of the storage facilities. So I don't have the exact number within the individual ones, but over 450 landowners in and around the area.
Was as part of the hearing, was there, or even currently now, the percentage of people of surface owners who, defined by North Dakota state law, actually have the rights to the pore space and therefore have the opportunity to economically benefit from that storage. Was there the votes that were taken by the landowners in favor of the storage area consideration at all as part of the hearing?
There wouldn't have been a vote per se, but if you look at.
Well, not a vote there, but the people that voted to say yes to accepting the payments for storage.
So up on the screen right now is the number of pore space leases that have been signed for each of the individual storage facilities. So pore space owners that have consented to having storage on their property.
So that's 89%, 92%, some change, and almost 97%, huh?
For Summit Carbon Storage 1, 2, and 3 respectively.
Okay.
So with respect to amalgamation and those percentages, the statutory requirement for permitting of a geologic storage facility in North Dakota per 382208 is at least 60% of the storage reservoir pore space. As you can see, we're in the 90s, essentially, or almost at the 90s in all three of them. Per North Dakota Century Code 382210, if a storage operator does not obtain the consent of all persons who own the storage reservoir pore space, the commission may require that the pore space owned by non-consenting owners be included in the storage facility and subject to geologic storage. That is the term we use, amalgamation. That's what the 382210 is titled.
With just compensation?
Correct. With equitable compensation. With the high percentage of consenting pore space and leasehold, and Summit's testimony at the hearing that through negotiations with pore space owners, they had increased their royalty payments, or royalty payment rate up 50% from their initial starting point. Their addition of the no surface facilities clauses and the favored nations clauses to the pore space leases that they were offering. It was concluded that Summit had made good faith efforts to get consent of all pore space owners for the 3 storage facilities.
And Richard, can you explain how the favored nations clause works?
So the favored nation clause effectively requires that whoever negotiates the best lease agreement, the best royalty rates, that best rate that they negotiate gets applied to all the storage owners within the facility. So whoever gets the best rate, they all get the best rate.
So you don't need to hire a lawyer because you get the best rate.
As long as someone
As long as
negotiates.
somebody else in your ruling area is getting the best rate, you get the same thing.
Correct. It was also concluded that the combination of the one-phase formula, which was proposed by Summit and based on surface acres, with the inclusion of the favored nations clause and the provision in the storage agreement indicating that non-leased owners would be treated and thus compensated as if they were subject to the pore space lease, that would ensure equitable compensation for all pore space owners, both consenting and non-consenting.
I have a question for Nathan and Mark. So this, if you have someone who does not consent inside of a pooling area for an oil and gas lease, do they receive the same price and payments as everybody else in the pooling area?
It's a little different in North Dakota in oil and gas. If you don't lease, so the operator can assign you the acre weighted average in the space unit or 16% at the operator discretion. It's a little bit different, but
So the CO2 is a better deal than oil and gas because you always get the highest. But it's still.
If there's a favored nations clause in there, it really depends on whether that's in the lease agreement.
There's a question that was raised or it was brought up in opposition and talked about, summarize it, competent driller do we know who would be the drilling operator? Do we know who the engineer is? I mean, we do a lot of this injection work in the state of North Dakota, but along these lines, do we have any idea who is going to be hired or would do the work?
At the time of the application, no information as far as who their contractors were is supplied.
Okay.
At the time when they submit their conversion or their permits for the Class 6 wells, we'll know a little bit more along those lines. But functionally, who they're allowed to contract with isn't something that we control.
Great.
But the department's got experience because we've had numerous successful class 6 wells drilled in North Dakota in recent history.
Correct. And in all likelihood, as the EERC was contracted to develop the storage applications, there's a high likelihood they would be included in consulting.
Thank you.
And there are monitoring wells that are also going to be established on this?
So each storage facility, if you look at the map in your packet there, each storage facility is going to include 2 injection wells on the same pad and at least 1 already drilled stratigraphic test well that will be converted to a monitoring well.
Okay.
They will also have shallow surface water monitoring of the Fox Hills, as well as soil stations monitoring for CO2 at each facility.
How often will they be monitored, pressure wise? How often will the pressure be monitored in the actual storage facility itself?
Effectively continuously.
Okay.
The wells themselves will be equipped with gauges and they will be continually monitoring that as they inject. And the monitoring wells will also have pressure, just pressure gauges and those.
Great. And that's going to be monitored continuously or checked on a daily basis or something?
It'll be monitored by their systems continuously, and we will have inspectors at least at bare minimum monthly to also inspect the facilities.
The monitoring is constant, done remotely, so if there was a problem, it'd be noted immediately. It wouldn't take that 1 month to get out there.
Correct. The applicant will have people monitoring those systems as well. They will report to the commission should anything be amiss, and we'll begin to evaluate and shut things down as needed. So,
There's requirements in the order that.
correct. There's permit requirements that are the conditions of approval per 7 point. Right here. For 430501 7.3, there's required conditions of approval for all storage facilities, and they would include requirements for monitoring as well.
And the department has established and put these into practice because you've been working monitoring wells that were put in at Blue Flint and Red Trail. And is there anything we've learned from those 2 that we've learned that are changed in this one, or is the procedures we put in place for the wells we've already permitted all working well?
I think we're all, I don't think there's any major changes between what's been proposed on other facilities and what's being proposed here. There might be slight differences between what technology they intend to use and what timeframes. Functionally, we're all measuring pressures and temperatures, and there's going to be passive seismic arrays and everything. And effectively, they're covering all the requirements for the statutes and for the administrative codes.
Great, thank you.
So with each one of these orders, they address each storage facility?
Yes.
Correct.
So there's 3
As I'm
orders.
reading through, yeah.
3 orders per storage facility, 1 for the storage facility itself, approving that, 1 for the amalgamation of the lands in the storage facility, and a 3rd for the financial assurance requirements that we're requiring of the applicant.
Is that what you're going to cover next?
Yep.
Okay. The financial?
Yep, financial assurance is next up. So regarding financial assurance orders that you're going to be asked to approve for each storage facility, the operator is required to cover with their financial assurance the cost of plugging the 2 injection wells. And that requirement is 1.166 million, which covers both wells. Their applicant is currently proposing to cover that with surety bonds. The numbers up on the screen for post-injection site care. This estimate includes the cost for reclaiming the injection pad, as well as plugging and reclaiming the monitoring well sites. It also includes abandonment of the flow line, the abandonment of the air and groundwater monitoring stations, as well as 2 cycles of seismic acquisition that happen post-injection phase. And the totals for all those 3 facilities are up on the slide. Those are the numbers that are in the order. The applicant is also proposing to cover those totals with surety bonds. And then lastly, the emergency and remedial response financial assurance is anticipated to be provided by pollution liability insurance policies. The estimated value on the screen there, which are in the 13 to $14 million ranges, include estimates of the costs for evaluating and remediating a scenario with full wellbore failure on an injection well that would have caused a loss of containment and a significant volume of CO2 or brine to move to the surface and potentially dangerous USDW. So those numbers would include the full evaluation and reclamation situations.
Just email like any word and nobody's typing it.
Right.
I want to take tomorrow off.
So a few discussion items.
That's my plan.
Please note the orders in front of you, the storage facility orders, do not make a determination regarding whether the proposed storage facilities contribute to the energy and agricultural production economy in North Dakota, but do require a subsequent hearing to be held to make this determination and potentially set any per ton storage fees for these storage facilities. I will note that prior to docketing such a hearing, the DMR would need some guidance from the commission regarding what factors they wish us to consider making that determination. With the amalgamation order that you're being asked to sign, we ask that that order includes a request to approve the director or to provide the director authority to issue a director's order to set the effective date for the amalgamation. We would issue that director's order only after receiving an affidavit affirming that agreements on state land have been executed. At this time, we understand there's agreement in principle, but it hasn't gone through the land board. I will also note that for the sake of organizing the information in the storage facility orders, several subsections and headings were included that you don't see in a lot of commission orders. These were added, again, to help organize things. One of these subsections is titled Procedural History. The section was included due to the volume and complexity of various filings in these cases, and includes a summary of those filings and motions made by all the parties in the cases. Within this procedural history section, paragraph 27 of the storage facility order addresses the hearing officer's denial of the intervener's motion to continue and expedite discovery. The facts noted as relevant to that denial include a summary of various open records requests filed by the interveners and the interveners counsel. The first of which was filed as early as June of 2023, nearly a year prior to the hearing. The DMR provided responses to each of those requests for records, and at no point prior to the hearing were we made aware of concerns that the interveners had not received the requested information. I will note, after being made aware of those concerns at the hearing, the DMR went back and reviewed its responses to those requests. It did discover at least that the response to the May 15th records request had a typo. We had referenced a September 21st response, which was incorrect, and it should have read August of 23. So typo in one of our responses. Also within the procedural history of the storage facility order, paragraph 31 includes a summary of a series of post-hearing motions and briefs that were filed by the interveners counsel. And after the closing of which happened to come in after the closing of the record of the consolidated matters, which was June 24th of 2024. And a finding that they are not part of the official record in the case. Also, it is worth noting here that the largest single landowner in any of these proposed storage facilities holds less than 6%. This isn't like some of the other facilities where there was a coal mine that had 60% of the acreage in the storage facility. These are all private acres. So the largest single landowner owns 66%, less than 6% of the storage facility acreage. And when calculating across all three storage facilities, Summit has reached greater than 92% sign-on across all three projects. The aforementioned intervener landowners represent approximately 1.4% of the total acreage in all three facilities. If we consider all of the lands that they're representing, not just the lands within the facility, that number still stays less than 2%. Also, the approval of these three proposed storage facilities adds an additional 17.6 million tons of annual capacity injection of CO2 in the city. The current approved total capacity is 14.7 million tons. So approval of these applications more than double what our current capacities are. I think with that, I'll turn it over to Nathan for the last slide.
Again, Richard went through a lot of the permit requirements, but, as outlined in his presentation, Summit Carbon Solutions 1, 2, and 3 have met the requirements per North Dakota Century Code and North Dakota Administrative Code for permitting of carbon dioxide storage facilities, and the DMR recommends approval of all 9 orders.
There would be nothing that, they met all the requirements, so there's nothing that would preclude them from not getting approved. Based on that, based on the information,
I'll second that. I have one follow-up question. I was curious, this tonnage, what amount for the existing pipeline that's been going up to bringing this up to Canada for 10, 20 years, whatever, what amount are they moving a day?
A day, I can't tell you.
Or, I mean, I'm sorry, annually, relative to the same thing, apple to apple comparison.
I do have a number that I can give you, 40 million metric tons of CO2 since 2000.
Okay, across that whole time.
Across that time frame. I do believe it fluctuates based on what CO2 they want the Weyburn field in Canada. So I don't have daily numbers by any means.
I was just curious.
Approximately 2 million metric tons a year.
Yeah, every
For
year.
20 plus years.
So it has been 20 years, right? I've got that. Yeah. Okay.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional questions or comments?
Just a point of clarification, Governor, is this motion and second to cover all 9
All.
orders?
all, yes.
All-
All three that we
all
have.
nine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's as I understood it as well.
Okay, we'll call for the vote.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Attorney General?
Yes.
Governor?
Yes, motion carries. Thank you, Richard. What's the time frame for the next hearing related to the pricing of storage that you described?
Hasn't been contemplated yet. We need a little bit of guidance, as I mentioned, from the commission in order to determine what parameters we should be basing it on and direction the applicant to provide. And then work with them to that hearing timeframe for when they're available to hear considered. I would assume, though, that they'd like to act on that in 3 to 6 months. If there's some
Great, thank you. Anything else, Mark, David?
We have one more.
One more order.
All right, dive back in.
It's a reconsideration order. You may recall we were here, I don't know, our meeting and denied an application for a stand-up 960 species unit. Denied it on the grounds that the Southwest Quarter Section 20. Thank you. Moving Southwest Quarter Section 20, stand-up 960 acres feet. Strand that quarter and prevent its further development causing waste. That does not protect the relevant rights. And we were not convinced there was a viable surface location in or near the Southwest Quarter 20 or the Northwest Quarter of Section 8, which developed the current stand-up 960 acre space unit. And as we discussed, Governor, at the last meeting, typically the commission or DMR, when we issue an order denying it, if there are certain things that are lacking, we point those out to give them some direction, either in the future on a different application or in the current one to kind of help them along with the commission's line of thinking. EOJ took that to heart and they filed this petition for reconsideration. Consideration was timely, filed timely. They're claiming there are no reasonable alternatives to the surface location proposed, and the exclusion of the Southwest Quarter Section 20 will not result in waste. And so they submitted some additional exhibits along with the petition and pursuant to the Administrative Practices Act. The administrative agency may grant the petition on such grounds, terms that they described. So that evidence was admitted into the record. if you recall, we had directed them after the first hearing to submit some additional information. They did submit some, but not all of what we had asked them to. They followed up with that, with the information that supported their claims. So they went through and clarified down in the southwest quarter, section 20, there is no viable surface location along that road. You see, of course, section 20 is the bottom one there with the that road that runs in the southwest quarter. There's a pipeline that runs along there, and they have certain setbacks they need to honor for that pipeline. So that really remove that portion of the section from consideration. And on the north end of 30 sections 5 and 8, when they originally proposed this original stand-up 960, they thought they could put a surface location in the northwest quarter of 8. And after that hearing, they discovered that that was not possible. They couldn't access from the north. As you can see, it's pretty rough. In the landowners, in section 5, in the northeast quarter of section 8, they reaffirmed that they are not amenable to any surface disturbance, any pipelines, any surface locations. So EOG also showed us that in the southwest quarter 20, there's a pad with 2 wells, that more wells can be drilled from that pad to develop the southwest quarter section 20. And EOG also has an interest in that spacing, so they have a financial interest to see that that happens. So all things considered, they considered their arguments, and we are now recommending a grant the petition for reconsideration. And what this order does is it does that, it vacates the previous order, terminates this existing 960 that would have happened anyway, and establishes the new one that they had originally proposed.
Well, I appreciate that they did that. I wish they would have maybe exhausted all of those options to begin with. And it's not like we need to see all these, but maybe in the future, you guys could have that conversation with any operator to make sure they've exhausted all options before they come to us, so that we don't have to come back and reconsider something. And you hate to deny them, but when you don't know.
And Commissioner, you know, you're exactly right. We don't like to be in this position either. The difficulty at times is once the hearing is set for the application set for hearing, we can't talk to them anymore.
Oh, sure.
And so
Good point.
we do occasionally have operators come in and say, we're thinking about this before we schedule any hearing. We discuss it, we provide feedback on concerns that we might have, and we address them. And unfortunately, as you alluded to, sometimes you have to deny them to get their attention. And it certainly did in this case. And they fully acknowledged in their reconsideration petition that we had asked for certain information and they failed to give it to us.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad they came back and answered the question. I'm glad they're looking at some options, and they are gonna at least develop that whole unit, because we're charged with making sure we prevent waste and protect relative rights. So with that, I'm happy where we're at now, and I'd make a motion to reconsider.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. For clarity on the map that you've got up here, Mark. So in the 20, it's sort of in the, I would say the southwest corner, there's a green pad there. That's where they're planning on using that established pad?
No, just to the north there. So if you draw an imaginary line right to the number 20 east and west, it'll be just on the north side of that line. So where all those roads.
But they'll use that existing road, create a pad there, and then they'll go 960 straight to the north. So you'll have the half of section 320 out of section 20, 2 full sections, and then 320 out of section 5.
Yeah, actually 160, but yes,
I mean, okay, because it's only
a quarter.
a quarter.
They'll drill into section 5. And
Yes.
had this not been situated the way that they have proposed, that southwest quarter of 5 may not have.
Okay, so this is a 960, not a 1720, because they're,
Correct.
it's a 3 mile
Half
lateral,
section.
3 mile lateral, but it's only a half mile wide.
That's right.
Yeah,
Got it.
You're correct, yes.
Okay,
And there are two wells in the lay down 320 on the south side of section 20 that are both Bakken Three Forks wells.
And so then the parts that's left out of this, you consider above this 960 and below it, that there's other ways for people to access those
Correct.
down the road. But they're getting at a bunch of rough country there with this drilling from south to north.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not sure if Mark mentioned it, but there was BIA, and it wasn't made known in the, from what I could tell in the hearing, but the BIA, MHA, all had stacked hands on this particular location. It was brought forth in the last correspondence, so that's positive as well.
Okay.
They all had agreement there.
And little, I won't believe it, up in section 5, it just looks like, well, there's a field up there. There's room. You can put a pad there. I mean, why not? We asked them to bring that to our attention in the post-hearing supplement, and they failed to do that.
The first go around.
First go around, right.
And then he got denied landowner access on the second go around. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Call for the vote.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Attorney General,
Yes.
Governor,
Yes, motion carried. Does that conclude?
Yes,
It does, yeah, no other
Okay,
business.
Before you go, I've got a question.
Okay.
Which is, we know that the Biden administration has launched a surprise national monument on 11 separate parcels in western North Dakota. I've confirmed that Senator Hoeven, Senator Kramer, and Congressman Armstrong all were completely unaware that this federal action was coming until they read about it. The size of those 11 units is twice the size of the Theodore Roosevelt National Park. And it's already been opposed by multiple counties, by grazing associations and local communities. I would just say, as I'm heading out the door here, that I would like, as an action item, to have DMR take a hard look at this and see what the level of activity or potential activity that is occurring or could occur within those 140,000 acres. Because in talking to other Western governors, including Spencer Cox in Utah and Mark Gordon in Wyoming, these moves that come in the late stage of presidential through executive order are often land grabs that are meant nothing more to actually, prevent sustainable use of or multiple use of what these public lands are. And while I do know that at least in the proposal, they were suggesting that the importance of protecting the history, in this case particular of MHA's nation. I know that our state and the people involved would want to do that, but under the 1905 Antiquities Act, this was what it was proposed under, when that was created by Theodore Roosevelt in 1905, I mean, that was like, hey, if we've got a bunch of cliff dwellings and it's like Indiana Jones type preservation, or our own state, like what we've done at Double Ditch, where we've got a preserved historic site, because we've got a historic site just north of town that's got evidence of people living there for 1,000 years. And you can go over to the Heritage Center and see, 3-foot tall pottery that was made 600 years ago. I mean, stuff before any immigrant of any relative, any R set foot on this land. I mean, there was people living here with established villages. Yes, we want to preserve those areas, but to my knowledge, and to anybody in the Historic Society's knowledge, there isn't any of those type of sites that are known inside these 11 areas. And what it does have is it's linked by a bike trail, which is a modern era single track, not a historic trail, not like the Bozeman Trail, the Mormon Trail, whatever. This is the Mattahey bike trail that they're using as a string to connect, 11 disconnected pieces of land and create a monument. So I'm all for protecting whatever. In the antiquities law, it actually says that they should be protected with the smallest possible acreage to protect those sites. There's not a chance that 140,000 acres is the smallest possible when we haven't identified a site. So I'm looking for DMR to quickly understand and evaluate the level of restriction that they're trying to apply to these lands. Because I think it even could affect MHA's, where some of them are placed. It could affect MHA's energy development. Because I'm not sure that you even have the opportunity to horizontally generally monuments and parks, you can't even access them through a horizontal, even though you're not touching a leaf on the surface, that you can't access those minerals. And we're just, we're stripping the American public of access to their own balance sheet when we do this.
Yeah, well, certainly the permitting aspect of that would be quite a bit more difficult. But DMR became knowledgeable of this probably roughly the same time everybody else did. I think I got an email on that from John. The DMR is already working on some analysis on this, so it's on our radar.
Yeah, and I mean, while I'm going out the door and I'm going to be a private citizen in about 48 hours, I would think that the state of North Dakota and the DMR ought to have a fact-based assessment of the impact and ought to take a position on this.
So did this affect Bankhead Jones?
Well, this is another analysis, Doug, which is a perfect question, because when they're doing these around the country, we're the only state that's got Bankhead Jones land. And to the degree that they're trying to apply rules to say we're protecting, untouched federal land that goes back to the Louisiana Purchase, when we know in North Dakota, much of the federal land in western North Dakota was owned privately till the 1930s.
Yep.
It is, if nothing else, we should be fighting back against our land grab through a monument using the
It violates Bankhead Jones
Yes.
because that's what Congress already took action on.
yes. Yeah, but what we need is an inventory of how much of the lands in that 140,000 acres were actually Bankhead Jones lands. And I would guess you're going to find a fair amount of it based on just on eyeballing the map. And that's key. So, and if we don't have an inventory of all the Bankhead Jones land, then DMR should have that, have it up on the wall. Because every time there's a federal rule that's made, we should be saying, nope, that does not apply here. We're different. We're different.
That's a good point.
And when you have that map, then send one to the Ag Commissioner and the Attorney General and the new governor too, so everybody's got it on their wall.
Richard's taken.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Richard. Okay, housing?
Where's, okay.
Reach.
Governor, if you don't mind, I'd like to shake your hand one last time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
yeah, thank you.
Merry Christmas. Christmas. See you guys again. See you in the new year.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is housing finance.
I'll go grab them.
Nearby.
There we go.
Dave doesn't take it personally that everybody left the room. Right for housing.
Oh, yeah.
How you doing?
How are you?
Good.
Good to see you too.
Welcome. Good to see you.
Good to see
you. Drew and Doug, did you guys get logoed housing finance clothing, or I didn't get the memo, or what was the? Nope, I didn't see that, but Christmas is still coming. Okay.
Governor, I apologize. I should have introduced Jordan to everybody at the beginning of the meeting.
That's okay. We all know Jordan, and we're welcome out here. Welcome. Is this your first day on the job? Is your first day on the job Monday, or is this today, or?
Today, yeah.
Today, well, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Great to have you.
Very happy to be here.
Yeah, been great. It was kind of sad around the Capitol when you weren't running for the Senate again, but now we got you in a better spot here, because now you can do your 12 months a year instead of 4 months every 2 years.
Exactly.
Plenty of ways to contribute. It's gonna be great having you on board. Okay, fire away. I think you guys have a super exciting audit to start out with.
Super excited.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll give it to Mindy.
Afternoon. I think we all know each other, but I'm Mindy Piatz with Brady Mars. Oh, and we perform the audit for housing finance. I'll share my screen here quick. Very high level overview, I guess, of the audit. Again, we're expressing unmodified opinions for both the financial statements as well as the federal compliance for the audit. There were no findings or issues noted during the audit. As part of our audit, we do test federal compliance. And so the programs that we tested this year are listed on the screen. They include the mortgage insurance program, Ginnie Mae, and then looking at the housing trust fund. And so overall, it was a good, clean audit. No issues or items to bring to your attention. Unless you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mindy. Is there anything from the management that you guys want to?
Highlight or?
Yeah.
No,
Nothing?
no, everything
Just
went well.
just that boring.
Well, we did make a lot of improvements, we think, on the audit team that made things more efficient for both us and Brady Marks, which I
Yep.
think was really good this year.
Yep.
And that has to do with different staff and,
Mhm.
some new ways of thinking of things. So,
Yeah, and tell us what the biggest productivity gain was there.
our consolidated financial statements, it's basically like an Excel package that we put together, the
Mhm.
financial statements for them. And I mean, we changed it completely.
Yeah.
So it was, I'd say it saved a good over 100 hours, probably half a week of time for Brady. So it was a great improvement.
And then, Mindy, did you guys lower your fee because all that work?
I don't know that it saved 100 hours of time on our end because we still have to do our due diligence. I do appreciate them rethinking and making things a little easier to lay out. But unfortunately, our standards don't necessarily change and they keep adding to them. But yeah, it was easier to look at. Let's leave it at that. It was easier to review. And I think it was easier
Yeah.
for them to prepare as well as to be able to transfer that to a different person if they should have changeover in their department.
Correct.
And do you have a specialized accounting system for your general financials?
We have an internally developed general ledger.
Okay.
So,
And
but
how long has that been around?
I'm gonna guess the 80s, 90s.
Probably in the format it was, I'd say 90s.
Yeah, it's on our list.
Yeah.
Of hopes.
Yeah.
Someday.
There are some accounting software providers out there that I've heard of Solutions.
Yeah, we've looked into some.
Yeah.
But,
They're
yeah.
kind of expensive for a small agency.
Yeah. This
Maybe you
one's
can
free.
look into it.
No, it's
Speaking of Christmas, it's still
yeah.
probably more.
I will say one thing that we noticed, I think a lot of pre-work went into audit and that, but they were in the office less because people noticed that, boy, the auditors are out of here already. So something.
But on the pricing, you should look, because if
Yeah.
one of those is already on a state contract, and so you can buy under
Yeah.
under the state purchase for one of those systems.
Are we ready to move
Yeah,
on?
we are. Great. Thanks, Mindy.
Thank you.
Happy holidays. Tell your team thank you.
Oh, do you not want to talk about HIP?
We're not hiding anything.
Yeah,
This is fine.
They also did the housing incentive fund audit.
Okay, all right.
And it was similar, same
I saw that.
unmodified, yeah,
Okay.
opinion. So as long as there's no questions there,
Thanks for the report.
you bet. All right, I can go on
Right.
to,
Well, but you know on HIF that we're making a pitch again because of how successful this program has been. And so I hope that you'll get your, how should I say, get your communication hats on to talk to legislators.
I was on 2 panels today talking about it. Housing initiative.
I mean, it's one of our biggest challenges is workforce, and one of the most productive tools we have that's highly leveraged is HIF. And it keeps becoming this easy place to whack. And when we got, we're staring at an ending balance of 1.3 billion. I don't know why they'd have to whack it this time, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it'd be,
Well, I think last month Jen reported what on the multifamily programs, how much everything was oversubscribed, 36 million total.
yeah, you guys are out of money before the 2-year period even starts, and the demand signal is pretty strong. And we know that the money is going towards projects that have been getting filled up.
Yeah.
In state, it's helping on the housing. It's one of the proven things. So keep fighting for that. Okay, next.
All right. got
Bond?
bonds, yep.
Yep.
So November 20th, we ended up pricing what is our 2024 D series. It was 195 million. We ended with a bond yield of 4.33. And out of that, our weighted average interest rate will be at about 5.87, with our lowest interest rate being offered right now, right about 5.45. So right now, we're about 0.5% to 1% below market when we talk about the secondary market and what others are offering. And to date, we have 90 million in reservations already against this bond. So,
Against the 195?
so things are still hot. I mean, we're still doing, I would say, about 5 million a week in reservations, even with it being winter, but we haven't had a lot of snow. So things haven't slowed down a lot.
And is this going towards both new construction and purchases, or is this?
Yeah,
It can,
it's
yeah.
available for new
everything,
construction and existing.
First time home buyers.
Yeah.
And what do you think, has the mix changed during this period of high inflation and high rates, where it's shifted more towards secondary versus new construction?
It's shifted from what it was the last 3-4 years. We've seen more new construction under our program than existing.
Okay. Is
Fargo.
that because of the lack of inventory of existing?
Some of that, but there's some builders in Fargo and Bismarck here that are building to, 300,000 or a little bit less. So the price points are okay and people can afford that.
Yep.
So the builders are doing the work to, provide that level of housing at those prices. So we've seen an uptick. It was for a while, it was like maybe 4% was new construction, was new coming in. I think this year it's been closer to 9 or 10%. It's still, not even close percentage wise, but it's
Still predominantly
existing. And that's because of pricing.
I think we talked about this, but one of the things we learned in the housing study was that the lack of turnover, particularly of for people that are aging out, that their kids are gone, they're empty nesters, they can't find a senior living slab on grade, 1-story, the thing they want to live in 6 months a year, will they,
Yeah.
take their RV to Arizona or something, they can't do that. So then there's no place for young families to buy. So
Yeah, and that's more pronounced in rural towns
Yep.
than it is maybe here in Bismarck or Fargo, but it's still, that's an issue.
great. Well, congrats on the bond. And you don't need anything other than just our congratulations, right? You don't
Right,
need
this
to-
is an easy one.
Yeah.
Today, so
Way to go.
here it is, your last meeting, so we should
Hey,
show
yeah,
up.
give us an easy one. That's, we like that.
I'm gonna start calling meetings where I go with the whole thing being, I want people to congratulate me.
It's,
How do you get on the agenda for that?
I want that.
It's coming up later, isn't that?
Sounds wonderful.
I think it's like at 7 PM today.
Well, I did want to point out during your terms here, I think we issued close to $4 billion worth of bonds.
Wow.
And
We don't bond in North Dakota.
what would we do? Only been doing it for 40 years, right?
Jordan, you can't tell anybody in the legislature
Yeah.
that's secret, okay? That's,
These meetings are top secret.
So,
we don't want to give, we don't want to give away HFA's secret about how well it's working, but.
That's like 13,000 households, I think, roughly, so.
Yeah, and we need like 10,000 more, so you guys gotta get, crank it up from here, just getting started. What's the number of the last 8 years, as you said?
I think it's just under 4 million.
Nice. Go team.
All right, well,
Well, under Doug's tenure, the number is much bigger than that. I'm just like scraping along, but
yeah,
Doug one has got, must have a number twice that size.
Almost 16 years.
Yeah, wow.
yeah.
Wow.
You're probably like 10 billion then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't even recall it. I'm not even gonna try.
We won't look it up.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you very much,
Yeah.
Governor, for your support.
You're
over
welcome.
The last 8 years, we appreciate it, and we also appreciate you too also very much, so all your support, but thank you.
Very Christmas.
You got me.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, guys. Thanks.
Thanks for coming and smiling, not pretty smiles here. I like that.
You're awful sensitive today.
I am. Can we have a Zoom call every morning scheduled at like 9? You guys give me the daily reports.
With Dave and Kayla?
See you later.
Yeah, morning show with Dave and Kayla.
Yeah, that's right.
You got a picture for
See you guys.
Oh, yeah. Don't leave.
Oh, look
Run the
at
go-
that.
That's for the girls.
Oh, that's for the girls.
Yeah. Opener. You guys already had your.
Gotta get the logo.
Oh, could have done it.
Oh, you're wonderful.
Boy, you get gifts from her. It's not.
Yeah,
I can see it.
yeah. Want me to point it out?
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
There's a little bear. Was that a bear? What is that up there? on the-
Yeah, looks like there's a.
But I thought, as my
Yeah.
youngest,
You did good.
yeah, summer weekly reader from 1976. Accusing of us of being crazy. But crackers.
Yeah, we try not.
Yeah.
Don't tell him.
Yeah.
He'll be switching and.
Suhaki
giving the
ain't
break.
written all over it. No. Crackers and Suhaki.
Well,
That's my
I just divided it up and.
You did, you- good choice.
Very thoughtful.
Yes.
Well, thank you
Thank you.
for everything, and
Yeah.
I couldn't come here without some bison for you, so
Thank you.
I hope you think of me every time you see it.
Well, I hope that you remember when the new governor arrives, there are two, you and me. Bison, not so much. You're- No.
She doesn't live in Hawk City. She lives in the Buffalo.
Well,
There's no
I
such
do,
thing as
I
Fox.
do have to go online and pay tuition to that place, and you know what my username is? Go Bison.
Oh, nice. I like it.
I can
Don't give your password,
certainly
because this is a public meeting.
I know,
Never
I know.
struck me as that
But-
obnoxious. Yeah, give your password. Do give your password. I'm gonna change that.
I couldn't resist. So, I think it's.
Suit yourself.
Okay, we have, the largest loan application I think that I remember in the time that I've been here. Is that true? No? Been one bigger than this?
Oh, yeah. You-
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bigger than 35 million?
Oh, yeah.
We had
125 million for Fargo for the water reclamation plant.
Oh, that's right.
Yep, and then,
Grand Forks was.
Grand Forks, that was 54 million, but, Fargo's water treatment plant was 66 million. And then it had an increase of 35 million. Grand Forks water treatment plant was 66 million. $1 billion worth of SRF loans in 8 years. In 8 years. And I think we're getting close. We're at 1.75 billion, I think, in SRF loans. So in 8 years,
We're a Hampton state.
we are.
Yeah.
We are.
Reason we're number one in infrastructure.
So you're going out the door at the top 5 there.
Yeah, I think when she got done, we were still in the top 5. So but this is an important one. And because of this unique nature, because I think you'll share with the group here that we're having a hard time having smaller communities meet the rules for the lead service pipes. And so please tell us about the creative solution you've come up so we don't miss out on these dollars.
So the lead service line money, we have 5 years, $28 million a year of lead service line money. And typically we can just apply for money, but now EPA says we have to show that we're using the grant money and or that we've got it under commitment. So we have
And commitment specifically to this case to lead pipe.
this lead service line money. We have to show that we have it committed. So
To lead service line projects.
yeah. So we had been doing 90% loan forgiveness, and they said we could only do 49% loan forgiveness with this money.
Really?
So we have maximized the set asides that we can use, and so that brought us up to 66%, 67% loan forgiveness. We use those set asides to do lead service line inventories, and we'll continue lead service line inventories. This next phase will be a more labor intensive inventories that have to be done. And then we are also then doing the loan part of it at just the 0.5% admin fee. And so this will help us get to our, be able to apply for our 2025 CAP grant. So we will be able to do that. And we have been working with all the communities to get them to come in and apply for as much of that they think of they are going to need to get the lead service lines replaced. And we're hopeful that we will be able to apply for the rest of the money. Grand Forks, I know, we talked to them recently, and they'll be applying for what they think it'll take to get the rest of their lead service lines instead of coming in for $375,000. I think their last loan was. And so we should be able to hopefully keep that money for our states and rather than having it reallocated to the other states.
So the 28 million for 5 years, and how many years have gone by? Is this
We're the 2025 is the third
year?
of it.
So then in working with Grand Forks and other communities, you're trying to get set up for 26 and 27 so that we
Yes.
actually have $28 million of projects for both of those years.
Yep.
Because it is a use it or lose it, and it gets pulled back and goes to another state.
Correct. So I'm very hopeful that we will be successful in that the deadline for the first round of inventories was October of this year. And now I believe the next deadline will be sometime in 2027. So I think with some education, we will get there and be able to be successful with that. We're
Are you-
seeing some success now, so
Are you getting the support you need from the State Water Commission in terms of getting the word out to communities
yes.
as part of the planning process?
And DEQ's done, I mean, they were the ones that had to lead the efforts and with all the inventories. And if I understood that correctly, I mean, they had all the inventories but 12. And those were really small communities.
Across the whole state.
Well,
Right, go
yeah.
DEQ.
Yeah.
Thanks for stepping up and doing that, because there's been a pattern here of just doing programs to grab headlines, but then you miss and lack the substance to actually do something. We're seeing it all over, and this is just another clear illustration of that. So the fact that you went out there and started working with these communities, it's going to make a big difference for them.
The one thing I will say, it will take us time to spend or it's going to take the community's time to spend the
Yeah.
money.
But it's allocated.
Right. We want to make sure that the money stays with North Dakota and doesn't go to any of the other states, because we have, as long as they show that there's lead service lines to be removed,
Yeah.
we want to keep it here. The communities are, it's going to take a while for them to get the contractors interested in doing the projects. And that's where they're having the growing pains or the struggles is, how do we make this attractive for the contractors to do these? Because sometimes it's, 5 lead service lines here and 5 there, or just trying to get something together that makes sense and is financially attractive when there are large projects elsewhere that can make them a lot of money. So, but they're figuring that out as well too. So I think we'll get there. It might just take a little bit of time.
Okay, you want to present the loan force that requires a vote?
So the city of Fargo has requested $35 million. This loan is eligible for $23.2 million of loan forgiveness. So the net loan will be $11.7 million. They have requested a 30-year loan term. They will issue revenue bonds payable with sales tax and water revenue funds. The average annual payment will be $390,000. And the city sales tax they have a 1.5% city sales tax that's dedicated to the infrastructure debt service in the community. That will sunset, so that's why they've also pledged their water revenues to the repayment. Their water fund currently just has 2 existing SRF loans that require the water fund revenues for repayment. They have the last 4 years have been in excess for 110% coverage. The lowest coverage they've had was 161% coverage. They do review their water rates every year and raise rates every other year. And the advisory committee reviewed all of that information, as well as their property taxes and the growth of the community and the debt of the community, and recommended approval of this loan.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. Any other questions or comments? Call for the vote?
Commissioner,
Yes.
Attorney General,
Yes.
Governor.
Yes. Motion carries.
And then we just had 4 loans that were under the $2 million amount. There was a loan to Center, one to Pheasant, and Stanley has a project that required a clean water and drinking water loan. If you have any questions, I can answer those.
The only thing I would just say is that it's, and I don't know how we do this going forward, and it's probably on some combination of DEQ, the Water Commission and Public Finance. But when I see the great work that's happening, and then I see communities like, Center and Pheasant, where we've got projects that have $8,000 and $9,000 per resident benefits, and then nobody knows that is benefiting. And then we've got things like, oh, my property taxes are too high or whatever, and then we've got a combination of state and federal programs that are coming in and dropping, $8 or $9 grand on something that they're never going to see a bill for that $8 or $9 grand. I just feel like we're not communicating well enough. And I know that the Water Commission has taken it upon themselves to try to do a better job on state projects of getting a sign up that says this is funded by, we probably should have a sign on every school that says, 80% of the tuition to the tune of, X dollars per day is being paid by the state when you walk in the door every day per student per day, and just have a sign on the door. So when people walk in, because we're just horrible at marketing, we're putting $5.5 billion out into local political subdivisions, and there isn't a person that had that in a quiz that can answer that. And then we got a legislature that's ready to come in and raise that number. And like it's going to solve something. I mean, put the money towards a communications program. So anyway, that's my parting comment here, is that we're doing great work, but when I see these numbers, I'm just astounded, because we know this isn't happening in other states. We know it. I mean, Doug and I know that sitting on the Water Commission, they have no state match in South Dakota.
Yep.
And people want, let's be like South Dakota. South Dakota has 0 state match. You're either paying for it in your water bill, or you scrape it along for a little federal money, and then here we are doing $600 million practically every biennium of matches, from the state. So anyway, I'd like to have you brainstorm on how do we get the word out project by project. For a $35 million project, could Fargo put up a few signs for us and
They
explain
do
that?
have sign, I will say, we do send out a press release for all of our projects. They don't detail it out that, like I do in our memos. And
We get started.
the signs just got rescinded. It was part of the bill funding. There was a 28-page document, colors, size, they all had to be 4-foot by 8-foot signs. President Joe Biden, infrastructure.
I suppose those weren't the signs I was thinking of.
I know, but we had signs. We joked that they probably needed Apple Air tags on them, because we were literally in the beginning of the bill funding asked about where our signs were and pictures of our signs and all of that stuff. And granted, our PFA DEQ emblem got to be about this big, and President Joe Biden was this big, and I did have a contest. And the best sign was the first picture I got back was in the middle. It says, make Trump great again or something. And it was right in the middle of the Owen show.
Well, I was thinking about the state portion.
Yeah, I
I
was
know,
too.
I'm just telling you, we do have signs, and we do press releases.
Yeah.
And actually, the Carpio loan approval
Mhm.
was on Prairie Public Radio.
Yeah.
And one DEQ engineer listens to it and told me that, so I actually heard it.
I used to listen to NPR.
Okay.
So
Back in the
anyhow, we
Well,
try,
what I-
we do try.
Yeah, and I'm looking for the state portion.
Yes.
Because we know people don't read press releases. But when they see construction and they're looking at the construction, that's what I'm talking about, is when it's happening, which this portion paid for.
We can take all our
Yeah, we
signs
did.
that we get back and just put DEQ,
Well, I
PFA.
mean, even when you're going from 50% to 66% with the work that you're doing, that's stuff that you're doing. And take credit for that, because that's not an inconsequential number itself in terms of what that's saving
Right.
people.
Mhm.
Okay, all right.
Merry
Anything else,
Christmas.
Dan?
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Center
Good luck.
Pheasant and Stanley.
Pardon
I
me?
said congratulations, Center Pheasant and Stanley. They'll get press releases out, right, on those?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Bank of North Dakota, you're up.
Want to solve?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
See you, thanks for coming.
Yes,
Heather.
good to see you. Caitlin, do by Dawn or wherever. Find a spot. What'd you say?
Okay, we'll get you one chamber. It'll be locked at least on one side of the
That's
building.
what I'm thinking.
Take it off when you go to the other side.
Right, halfway there. I can finagle the other half.
Okay, great to have you here. Let's go ahead and jump on in. Okay.
I think our first order of business in open is the capital policy. Now I want to preface this. This is preliminary draft. There are three parts to our overall capital policy. This is the policy itself, the framework, which we bring to Industrial Commission when finalized. We expect January, and get approval from you guys to move forward under this framework. The second part are the capital guidelines, which we have not provided today. Those are still in process. Those are the more specifics where we talk about the actual metrics and ratios and the risk profile numbers and things like that. The third part is the capital stress testing, the final part where we take the delineated capital number and we stress it and looking forward under various scenarios. So there's three parts to it, and they're all integral to one another, right? The capital guidelines and the capital stress testing are those that we work on annually based on our strategy and our mission, our risk profile, and what's changing in the environment and everything in the bank. And that would adjust each year, but this policy would be set in place as the framework. So going through the framework, it really, and you can read through it, there's quite a bit of good stuff in there. All good capital policies in banking, some of the best ones out there, they start with the mission of the bank. You know, what are the strategies of the organization? How much growth are we expected to have? Are we going to do mergers and acquisitions? Are we going to engage in fintech? How many loans are we going to put on? What do we expect credit quality to do? All those mission strategy things for the bank. From there, we go into then what's the risk profile of all of that? And we start with our enterprise risk management system, which is essentially measuring our strategic risk, our operational risk, our liquidity risk, our interest rate risk, our litigation risk, all the risk categories, right? And we quantify them throughout the organization. So that's our basis, then, you know, the risk profile of our strategies. Then on top of that, we start stacking, you know, the other items that affect banking outside of those strategies, outside of that enterprise risk profile. Things unique to the bank, say like our captive capital level, our captive deposit funding, the fact that we can't raise capital, you know, outside of the state government. So things like that add into that cap and essentially get up to a capital buffer ratio, a capital level that's dynamic, it's forward looking, it changes based on, again, our strategies, our mission, the risk profile, and the environment that we're operating in. So this document really lays out that framework and then allows us to annually do the capital guideline and the stress testing within that framework and bring to the Industrial Commission and the advisory board and say, okay, based on everything we know now and everything looking ahead that we can see, this is a good capital range for the bank to run. Then we can look you in the eye and say, we're appropriately managing the risk, we're fulfilling on our strategies, we're generating this return. Everybody should be happy with that. So I'll pause there.
On the risk management, you mentioned a bunch of categories. When you're going through that, we're obviously looking backwards. I mean, we're trying to anticipate the future, but when we look backwards on where, you know, interest rate risk or, you know, capital source risk, what did we decide? What did we learn from looking backwards that influenced this policy going forward? So I got to understand, is this reflecting places where, wow, we should have had more cushion, we took too much risk? Is there something that influenced this policy, or is this policy just a writing down of what we've always been doing, and because the way we've always been doing it, it's kind of covered us pretty well?
It's intended to take that history that you refer to and say, you know, how has that performed versus how we're performing currently, and what were our strategies and what are our strategies currently. So it's meant to bring the past into the current, but then also have that forward-looking piece and say, what do we expect? And everything in banking is really moving to that forward-looking piece. You know, CECL, the allowance for loan loss, it used to be whatever historical losses you had, that's what you held against. Now it's you take those historical losses measured against the current, and then what do we expect as bankers, as owners, as board members? You know, what do we expect to happen? So the capital and the ACL and everything else has evolved to that point, and rightfully so. It's a good thing it has. So this framework does all three of those. past, current, and forward-looking.
Yeah, and I'm trying to split that apart, so thank you, because the forward-looking, like the fintech and all that, adds new risk, but the backward-looking stuff, is there anything in here that as the board, that we should understand that you said, this is what we've learned for risks we've taken in the past that influenced this capital plan that we're putting before us?
Absolutely, and Rob can, chime in. He's been with the bank longer than I have. I think one is, you're always looking at credit risk. You're always watching, we've got every bank does a special asset portfolio of credits that didn't perform how they were originally expected to. What did we learn from those? And that's incorporated in here, also incorporated into the allowance for credit loss. So that's the one that pops up top of mind to myself. I'm sure there's many others.
Yeah, I think if you just thought about the IT risk and how that's changed over the course of the last number of years, things that, we've learned just by working with NDIT, how we better evaluate IT risk, looking at our key risk indicators, that all plays into a ERM buffer. When we think about our enterprise risk management, we have like 6 categories that get scored and weighted, and IT risk is one of those. And so there's a number of key risk indicators in there that evolve over time as we evaluate and learn from things, and also look at what's occurring in the industry.
And as part of the IT risk, is there, have we dialed up or down the cyber attack risk inside of that?
Yes, dialed it up. Yep, dialed up
Because we know for certain, we know what happened to MHA, that's public. We know what's happened to some of our school districts.
Yep.
We know that foreign nationals are coming, they're not, when they're attacking the United States, they're not attacking the federal government. They're attacking school districts, and they're attacking tribes, they're attacking cities. We got, ransomware stuff going on. And as more and more people become aware that we're the only state with a state bank, I would think that this could be a vulnerability point where we've all of a sudden, like, we were under the radar and now we're not anymore.
It's been the highest risk profile on our enterprise risk management dashboard for some time. Coming from the private sector banking, in most banks, it's at the highest risk profile. Just given that that's changing so rapidly. At Starry, we were attacked, I think, every week in some form or fashion. We were tested, our firewall was tested in some form or fashion. It's probably pretty similar to Bank North Code.
And coming from the externally into here, when you took a look at that here, do you feel like that we're adequately, or do we feel we have to dial it up even more? Because, and I say this because we have this habit, I keep going back to Jordan being the most recent, we have this habit of the legislature underfunding IT regularly. No matter what's asked for in IT, they come in below that number for somehow they think that's a place to save money. And the minute we have something go bad, then they're going to be blaming somebody, and it won't be because because it's pennies to prevent it, and it's $100 bills to fix it. If they get through and they do what they've done to some of these other entities in our state.
I think the bank is, and that IT risk, I think it's keeping up, but in this day and age, if you're keeping up, you're kind of falling behind. So I think there's room to evolve and improve more, so you can get a little bit ahead and stay a little bit ahead of that game, if that's a okay way to describe it. So we're okay, but I think there's room to improve and evolve. Definitely.
Again, so I get to make parting comments today, I guess, because it'll be like my last meeting with you. But on the thing is, one of the things that we did in the budget that we submitted last week is we pulled a bunch of the IT costs out of the different agencies. We were double counting it everywhere. Doug, Drew, if you guys had an IT expense for you and you were paying that to IT, then we were counting it there.
Yes.
And so we pulled like 90 million out. And it's like, I don't know why you didn't find this 8 years ago, but we were like, literally, it was like, oh, well, we have to give you guys the authority to spend it, but they're buying it from us, but we have to give IT the support. It's like, well, that's one way to get the IT number up. It's double counted. Well, we got that thing resolved in the budget, but still, there's a habit of agencies coming in and then going, oh man, IT's charging me too much. Well, if they hear that from everybody that comes in, well, then what do they do to IT? They cut the IT budget, which then cuts the ability for us to actually do the cyber defense, because we're all in the same email system. You can't have all. So what if we have a bunch of different departments? If we're all in the same email system, and we share that with every school kid in the state, 250,000 people on the same thing. And we have one of the largest surface areas of attacks. And it's great that we have the efficiencies, but we're also like a Fortune 50 company that we have to try to defend every day. And people don't understand that. So anyway, I would just, if it's our biggest risk area, hearing from the Bank of North Dakota, when you're talking to the legislature, you'd probably number 10 on your list. But if you made it number 1 and said, oh, by the way, you got to make sure you fund those guys because they're the ones that are now protecting, us, as opposed to, oh, our bank got shut down. Oh, it's IT's fault. That's not what we're looking for. We're all one team here.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's parting comment. But thanks for that. Now going forward on the risk, tell me a little bit about what did you add on the like fintech and other stuff when you're writing this plan on stuff that we may not have spent much time on in the last 8 years, but what are the things that are in the plan that you're worried about going forward from risk management?
So I'll start with kind of just general strategy and then boil down into more specific strategies. So general strategy, kind of the core banking, we do see the continuation of a more volatile environment. The volatility of, since the pandemic, it's been kind of one unprecedented thing after another, right? Pandemic, unprecedented, great resignation, unprecedented rate shock environment. So what's the next unprecedented thing? So we recognize that and then say, okay, then in our risk profile approach strategically, we want to stay on the fairway. We don't want to stretch for the green. We want to stay on the fairway given that environment. And we see that in our forecast looking at. We also see there could be some volatility in our funding base with the question around what oil prices do and the impact on state revenues. And also with the oil recovery rates and the natural gas issue that we all know about and talking about. So that's also factored into how aggressive we plan to be in terms of, putting assets out there, either in securities or loans. I would think it's safe to say strategically looking ahead, we're probably going to be a little bit less aggressive, still be there, obviously, for our partners in our state, but, not as aggressive in certain areas of that core. On the kind of non-core or the new, fintech is real. It's affecting the banking industry. It's affecting the banking industry because human beings are moving to the phone in everything. Everything's got an app. Fintechs are the apps of banking. And so there's this great partnership beginning to form between banks and fintechs, 48,000 fintechs, and they all need some type of bank charter. And they also need the compliance expertise. And banks need the app expertise. So there's a partnership emerging. You kind of see announcement after announcement. There's really 3 legs in that area. One is kind of the internal customer channel enhancement that banks are doing. That's a simpler version, upgrading systems, adopting software to improve the customer experience kind of in the core banking channels. The second one is the little bit more risky, a little bit more out there, bleeding edge, it's the embedded banking. That's where that partnership forms with an actual fintech to put that checking account right in the fintech. Starry just had DoorDash announced as a partnership with Fiserv, putting a checking account in every DoorDash app in the nation. That's occurring. A lot of North Dakota banks are stepping up into that space. And then you've got the neo-digital concept where banks are doing a second core outside of their original core, and it's online only. It's to a targeted market, and it allows them to spread their geographical footprint to attract deposits and or loans, but primarily deposits, without having to go build brick and mortar. So those are the 3 legs of it. And I explain that because Bank of North Dakota, we believe, is going to have some future strategic role in that for the community banking industry. What that role is kind of yet to be determined. Now is the time for us, we believe, to start really investigating, researching, eat, live, and breathe in that space to figure out what that role is. It may be an educator, a connector. It may be some type of deposit, integral deposit, IntraFi type role. It may be, we don't know what as of now, but we know it's a part of the community banking future, and so we feel it will be a part of ours. And so we're recognizing that in our capital as well, that as we move down that path, we're going to have to invest some research resources, and if we go down that path, that risk profile will change to a certain extent. So there's others, but I'll pause there.
And on the third leg of the stool, we had this, so again, back to this proposal draft. When Silicon Valley Bank went under, then we had one of a North Dakota bank, which banks with us, saw a huge increase in deposits. Absolutely. And tell us how that, without any specifics of that thing, but tell us how that's covered in this policy, because all of a sudden we got somebody who probably had their biggest dramatic change in capital in their history. They might have been here 100 years and they never had that kind of a doubling in a week or something. And that would have been a hard thing to anticipate.
That's to that original volatility, recognizing in the forecast and in the, the strategic conversation, we are in a volatile time. So things can change drastically. we've never seen a 500 basis point rate shock in 9 months, like ever, right? Even the 70s wasn't that steep or that fast. Silicon Valley and a couple others came up just out of nowhere based on that alone. So I think recognizing that volatility and then saying we need this additional capital buffer for that. We don't know what the next one will be, but we know it'll be there. So let's hold this additional capital because we're in that volatile environment. So Rob, anything further add?
The last thing on the last page on capital dividends, this is of a particularly important topic, which we've talked about, but I would take issue as the chairman of this board, the chairman of the bank board, on the capital dividends are expected to be continue. Because that would imply that that expectation was set by this board. And this board hasn't set that expectation. I mean, I think what we're under discussion under the cash management policy is that should the profits of the bank remain in the bank, and that we use the bank as a bank as opposed to we use it as a ATM, for funding other stuff when we have lots of other sources. And it's only a modern concoction starting in about 2017, where all of a sudden there's an expectation that we're going to pull 140, 180 million bucks out of the bank without even questioning. I mean, like, oh, of course, that's like, of course you do it. Well, then, as we've repeated many, many times, when that money is left, it has not been used for really anything other than staying in a checking account. And yet it may have been creating capital risk for the bank. And so at least for me, I just want to register that I'm opposed to that statement on the backside, because I don't think maybe there's an expectation of someone in the legislature, but the legislature doesn't run the bank. The Industrial Commission runs the bank. And so there shouldn't be anything in here that these two guys and my successor agree to in this plan. And right now, under the cash management, of which you'll be, if the bill passes, you'll be part of that committee. And I think we have a commitment that says among that, we have a bunch of cash management problems in this state. None of it is solved by the bank taking their profits and then sticking it into a checking account. That actually makes it worse. I mean, the way we manage our cash better is we do a better job with all the cash that's laying around the rest of the state and get it to a place where it can earn its highest return, whether that's in the bank being deployed against the bank's mission, or whether it's being deployed in a way where we can get high interest rates on our money overnight, or some other tool. But we're all a team trying to maximize for the whole state, and the bank is going to play a key role in that. But it's not the role of the bank to just be a dividend provider. So formally registering my objection on behalf of the bank and on behalf of my role here.
So we thought long and hard on that. I'm glad you asked that question. So the other part of the framework we set here, because I know it's been a question of a murky question historically, is that you'll see in there that the framework is set and the annual capital guidelines and the stress tests are approved by advisory board, ultimately industrial commission, right? It goes through advisory board, management, advisory board, industrial commission. Because of that, setting that piece of framework as well, our thought was we didn't want to tie the industrial commission into a specific position, like you're saying, like zero never or always something. We wanted to leave it open to dividends are available, if other things are in place. And that's the language we tried to use. It's a draft, so maybe we didn't get that right. We'll take that back and look at that. But that is our intent, is to leave it open for that to come to industrial commission ultimately. And I would expect we come in with our capital guideline and our stress test each year to industrial commission and say, here's where you are, here's our risk profile, here's our strategies, here's our go forward, here's our buffers we expect. This is the range we need to run at over the next 12 months. You've got this much above that we expect, or this much below it. So we'll give you a dividend recommend, and you guys can make the decision each year on, okay, these would be the amount of dividends we would be open to discussing. We wanted to put the authority into advisory board and industrial commission. Did I explain that right?
I would, but I would scratch one out, the advisory board. The advisory board advises. There's one governance board for the bank, and it's the industrial commission. The advisory board is a creation. The actual constitutional duty of governing the bank resides in the three positions that are here.
Yep.
And so with the management advisory board advise, but the authority here, and it should just say that the capital dividends will be decided by the industrial commission based on recommendations from management, whatever. And then if you want to keep it open-ended, do that. But this is the group that's deciding. And if we're going to get into a push versus shove on that thing, then we can have a legal battle with the legislature. But right now, The Industrial Commission is the one that's in charge and responsible for the governing of all of these institutions here at the, the legislature's not managing the mill and elevator, they're not managing the transmission authority, and they're not managing the bank. This is the governing board. This is the board of directors. This is the only group that's got any authority to say yay or nay on my reading of the law and how that be. So just write it that way. And I'd say, and then that way, and again, in combination with supporting the cash management, we're actually going to not be in this position you've been in the last 8 years, which is always, having somebody come to raid the piggy bank, to pay for a project when we got an institution that, needs to have a strong capital position to do its job.
And our intent was just to put an advisory board as a pathway too, so that by the time it got to Industrial Commission, you guys would know it'd been vetted by not only exec management, but by our independent advisory board. Not, you're right, the Industrial Commission is the decision maker here.
Yeah, the advisory board is more for you guys as the executive committee, because they're coming to you and they're just another set of eyes.
Yeah. It could give you guys some more reassurance if there's a question about executive management of the bank, that you've got independent board members having vetted it a bit too as well. But yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but
You're a
the
tool.
advisory board advises you.
Yes.
You recommend to us, this board decides.
Yeah, we can clarify that in
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, you got-
That was our original intent, so.
Yeah.
You got more authority than they do. They're just your tool, your resource.
Non-binding, non-elected, non-constitutional, but we love them, and they got banking experience, and we love their advice, and we love the advice that they advise you. Happy to hear what they're advising you on when you're making your presentation here, but yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You guys are the board of directors of the bank.
Okay, teammates, anything else on this capital plan? This is a key document that's going through here. And we,
Interesting to see when it's all said and done, but yeah, I'm glad you put it together.
but I don't want to vote on anything or approve it now because it's on the form that I would.
And it's not ready. Lisa Cruz is reviewing it. She gave us some good feedback today. And we'll get advice from our advisory board on it. We'll finalize it and be ready to come, I think, probably January. So.
We appreciate the governor picking a fight on the way out the door.
Yeah.
But
Not a new one.
no, I was going to say, it's what we've discussed a lot of times, and I mean, 100 years ago, when I was lieutenant governor, the battle was the state investment board. The legislature had to have people in the state investment board. Completely unconstitutional. You beat it about 3 times in a row. It's not that complicated. They're completely different jobs. They're completely different branches of government. And the legislature wanting to find its way into the executive branch of office, they need to run for them. That's a serious thing. And we stand around this building, and we take it like, well, it wouldn't be good to have their advice. We get their advice all the time. We solicit it all the time. I do. Why not? But we have our jobs, and we're responsible for them. And we have to fight those battles not because, oh, we're power hungry. No, we have different jobs. We can't do the legislature's job. And they can't do ours. And so we won that battle. And then I came back 10 years later and the building had lost that battle. Everybody said, well, it's better off. It's not better off. It's unconstitutional. I believe that. I'll believe it all day long. And when it gets challenged someday, they'll find that. And good government requires an adherence to that 3 branches of government. Why people want to encroach on that, why someone pushes green to encroach on that, I don't understand. There are governments like that around the world, not ours. That's a serious thing. It's really a serious thing. And that's how I got to know now Majority Leader Hogue. He and I went toe to toe on that a couple times, and he is not a good person to argue with. He is not easy to move. But we really did end up really good friends through that, because it was a kind of a pitched battle a couple times. For what it's worth, we've crossed the mountain. It's not about protecting power, or it's the opposite. It's just protecting everybody's turf, just like we want to protect theirs and ours in the courts. And someday those things will get tested, but we shouldn't. This is going to come up. I hear the rumblings. People say, "Well, we really ought to have legislators on more of those things." Like,
They do policy, they do laws. Our job is to
Exactly.
enforce and implement.
carry it out.
No one ever wants that.
And when they want to judge us,
Yeah.
they don't hesitate, and they shouldn't say, "Hey, listen, I don't think you're doing a good job on executing these laws. I don't think you're doing a good job overseeing them." I'm sure I'm not the only one. We seek their input all the time, routinely, formally, and informally. So, anyway, I'm with the governor. I didn't want to leave you alone in your argument. We have had this discussion several times, and it's an important one, and I suspect we're going to be having it in the upcoming session again.
And I wanted to conclude it back on the budget, because in case somebody missed it, my very brief budget address, that the budget that we presented has $0 coming from Bank of North Dakota, $0 coming from the state mill, with an asterisk that we've got to change the law because they can't do their profit sharing plan unless there's a trigger, a tripwire in there that they have to put some money in the general fund, or they don't do that. So we have to change that law, because they shouldn't be required to put money into the general fund before we can pay the compensation of the people that work there. I mean, it's a weird thing that should go away. So we have to make sure that if we think, but the budget not only balances, and the budget not only pays for itself with no money from B&D and no money from the mill, it also has no transfer from SIF for the first time in modern history. So we can get a $6.5 billion general fund and have no transfers from anybody and still have a $1.3 billion ending balance. And if you want to spend more, on capital projects, spend SIF down, do whatever you could do, all that, and the numbers all still work. I mean, you could literally spend another $1.5 billion and not have to take any money out of the bank, is what I'm saying. So it's like you are. If anybody tells you, oh, we need the profit from the bank to balance our budget, I just want you to say to them, that's not true. And then go talk to the OMB analysts who helped work every step of the way on this thing, because it's not needed. And they say, how is that possible? Well, in 2017, when we were, starting this, the process of grabbing $140 million, we didn't have $600 million coming into the legacy fund, going to $800 million. And we didn't have $500 million coming from the Common Schools Trust Fund. I mean, it's like, oh, we need three legs on the stool. We can't lower taxes. No, we've got, these endowments are growing. They're paying into the fund. And as those grow, we can reduce our taxes, and we can reduce our requests that we have on our other institutions, and make the bank stronger. And by not having the mill have to pay, quote, a dividend back with their record profits, guess what they will do? They'll pay down their loan with the bank.
That's exactly what they should do.
Yes.
If you have capital, you use that.
Yes.
You don't go borrow more money.
Yeah, and they're borrowing from the bank, and then they're paying a dividend to the general fund, which gets deposited to you as a liability. Okay, you want to have a meeting of the cash management team and go, does this make any sense? I mean, just take that one transaction, multiply it times like 100, and that's the kind of goofy stuff we're doing around here every day. And we got to just stop doing it. I mean,
And I think what this will give us moving forward that we haven't had is, once it's all approved up, we would then be able to respond and say, well, our industrial commission, our former board of directors has approved us for 0 or 10% or 25 or 50, whatever the industrial commission approves us for the year. Please, refer to the industrial commission if you want to debate that. But we have gone through the process via our capital policy, via all the standard banking to ensure our bank is run right. This is the capital level we have to run at, and the industrial commission is either comfortable with the dividend or they're not, and you get to decide that each year. So I think that's the power of this capital policy in its all three parts.
And I guess I would say in my parting thing, based on the budget that we just spent 11 months working on, as the chair for another 48 hours, I'm recommending 0 dividend for the next 2 years from B&D and for the mill. I mean, I'm recommending it because the checking account doesn't need it. You guys put 180 million bucks out there, and then what, we're gonna have an ending balance of 1.480 billion? I mean, it would go nowhere. I mean, when we have an ending balance, we don't need the transfer. So it's just like not recommending, no, strengthen the balance sheet and spend our time getting the cash management thing figured out. Make a bunch of money for us that way. You guys make a boatload of money for the state. Read RBK. You guys could be making more money than you do just in the regular banking stuff by helping solve some of that stuff.
Absolutely.
That's money just laying around. Okay, all right.
All right, I think our next order of business is the resolution for the de minimis cap. I think, is that in open? No, I'm sorry.
That one was placed in on closed.
Okay.
And so we need to move into closed session.
Very well. Governor, I move that under the authority of the North Dakota Century Code sections 6-09-35, 44-04-19.1, 44-04-19.2, that the industrial commissioner enter into an executive session for the purpose of Bank of North Dakota confidential business and for the purpose of attorney consultation related to the proposal for national monument designation.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Well, and I just have to say, Drew, I'm gonna miss you being that.
Thank you. I'm gonna miss having the opportunity to do it in your presence. It's always a highlight of the meetings.
I didn't agree, chief.
So do you think that is there too much voice inflection as I go through? Is that the deal?
Yeah, I think it's perfect. I think it's perfect. All right, so we'll call for the vote.
Attorney General,
Yes.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Governor,
Yes.
Governor almost talked me out of it. But
Okay, all right, yes. Commission's meeting executive session regarding Bank of North Dakota confidential business pursuant to NDCC 6-09-35 and 44-04-19.2 to consider those items listed on the agenda under B and D confidential business. Only commission members, their staff, commission staff, B and D staff will participate in that executive session. After the Bank of North Dakota confidential session, the commission is meeting in executive session for attorney consultation pursuant to NDCC 44-04-19.1 and 44-04-19.2 for consultation related to item listed on the agenda. Only commission members, their staff, and commission staff will participate in that executive session. Any formal action taken by the commission will occur after it reconvenes in open session. I remind commission members and those present in the executive session that discussions must be limited to the separate announced purposes for those two separate executive sessions, which are anticipated to last approximately 45 minutes. And the executive session will begin now.
loan and,
Microphones are working?
Yep.
Okay, we're back in open session, North Dakota Industrial Commission. We've concluded the executive session. It ended minutes ago, around 6 p.m. During the Bank of North Dakota executive session, the commission discussed those items listed under the agenda. Under BNB confidential business, made motions to approve one loan and also approve a resolution. First call for the vote on the loan because there was a motion and second that was made earlier. Yes. 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 Motion carries on the loan. We'll now call for the vote on BND resolution.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Attorney General,
Yes.
Governor.
Yes. Motion carries on the Bank of North Dakota resolution. During the attorney consultation executive session, the commission consulted attorney listed on the item and listed on the agenda. No formal action was taken during this executive session. We'll continue on with our agenda. And the next thing up is the CO2 education outreach project. And we've got both Brent Bogar, project manager from AE2S, and Marty Dahl, senior communication strategist at AE2S, here with us today. They've distributed their attachment to the group. It might have also been in your book under 16A, but I'll turn it over to Brent and Marty. Thank you guys for your patience. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you, Governor. Commissioners, for the opportunity to give you an update on the CO2 education outreach project. I'll kind of do a quick little intro here on where we're at. And Marty's going to get into a little bit more detail. What we do have a presentation, kind of walk through, and then what was handed out is actually the draft of the communication strategic plan that we've been working on as part of this project. As you know, the project came through this last legislative session, and then early this year, the Research Council has put out a RFP to select consultant to develop a communications and education plan for regarding CO2. It was, and always like to be clear about this, it wasn't about any single project or any proposed project, but it was about what are the opportunities regarding CO2. It's a new industry coming kind of into North Dakota. What does that mean for people? And so that's what our focus has been, is developing that communication strategic plan and the materials related to that. And that's what the scope of the project was.
Brent, I'd like to think this is a 25-year-old industry that's been in North Dakota that has new opportunities.
Yes, that is a good
Hopefully
way to
that's
put it.
part. Hopefully that's part of the communications.
It is, and we actually do cover that about the history of this, and also the history that a lot of the opportunities that we're seeing here in North Dakota for CO2 are opportunities that have existed in our country and have been in place for multiple decades in other states. So this is not, we're not, as much as some may think it, we're not groundbreaking on a lot of this stuff, but we have a lot of opportunities here. So our plan is just that, a plan. It doesn't include a lot of the implementation of the plan, but it does include the development of materials that can be used in that implementation. So we do have our team, as myself, Marty leading it as well, and then we've got a number of other people from AE2S, as well as two teaming partners, Jeff Simon with Western Dakota Energy and Scott Hennon with the Fieldstone Group. Both of them have been teaming partners, helping with a lot of the outreach so that we can get information, hearing from the public, really, what are their questions that they want to have answered. That's been a big part of what we've been doing. Also a shout out to the other, the industry partners and other partners, NDSU Extension. They've been a great resource for us. and we continue to work with them. And part of the work with them is developing kind of a train the trainer method to work with the extension agents. So every county extension agent will have access to this materials and help be able to explain things to the people in their county if they've got a question. Also, EERC has been a great partner, and not just as a resource, but also kind of a QA/QC, because they have done so much research in the CO2 world. And so as we're gathering materials, being able to have that checked by them to make sure that it is science-based and not have any sort of a political bent or agenda to it. And then, of course, the research councils as well and their members. And then our executive team, as we launched this, we said we wanted an executive team. So this included our team as well as members from the research councils, the industry, industrial commission, Bank of North Dakota, Commerce, all to help us engage and make sure that we're tracking with our scope and delivering on what was expected. And that's why we definitely wanted those research councils included on that executive team. So we've been working through this, started late March of this year, and we're here today to give you an update of where we're at. I'm going to turn it over to Marty to really talk through how we develop this communications plan that's before you.
Thank you, Brent, and thank you, Governor, Attorney General, and Commissioner, for taking some time to let us talk about this project. What I'm going to do over the next 15 minutes is walk through a few different things. I'll provide an update on the project and the work done to date. We'll do a high-level review of the draft strategic education and outreach plan that we've developed, and that's what you have in front of you that I handed out prior to the meeting. And then we'll go over our remaining timeline and deliverables to be produced throughout the remainder of the project to completion, which is currently at June 30th, 2025.
Marty and Brent, but don't want to bury the lead, but we should also start and say that we appreciate you being here today, in part because this was a piece of legislation that was passed by the legislature. The Industrial Commission was asked to oversee the project, and each of three research organizations which we oversee were each expected through the appropriations process to contribute dollars to this process. And so for any of those folks that might be listening in today, this is a legislative directed appropriation of which the Industrial Commission was asked to oversee. We did an open bidding contract, selected AE2S. You're here today delivering the report. So thank you on behalf of the Industrial Commission to help us wrap up this specific additional assignment given to the Industrial Commission by the state legislature.
Thank you, Governor. So as we kick this project off, as Brent mentioned in March, in addition to assembling our executive team, which as Brent mentioned has been invaluable, providing their feedback and guidance throughout this project, we jumped right into our research and discovery phase. While research and discovery is always ongoing, we're always learning new things and talking to new people about new information being presented. We really focused those first several months on the project on discussions with stakeholders, impacted parties, attending educational sessions, reviewing materials related to CO2 capture, sequestration, and utilization. We like to say we are not CO2 experts, although we've learned a lot in the last several months. We're really the communications experts. So we spent a lot of time in those first few months talking to those experts and reviewing those materials that those experts have provided. During that phase, we spoke with several state officials, representatives from multiple counties that have current or proposed projects, industry representatives, and worked very closely with the EERC. We also attended several events with CO2 information to both learn and to gather feedback. And as part of this phase, we established a public feedback forum on the project website, carbonnd.com. And we'll talk a little bit more about the website as we get into the deliverables. So through that research, discovery, and our meetings with the executive team, we identified 3 key outcomes for this project. The first being create a better understanding of CO2 and North Dakota's role in these initiatives for the general public. To do this, we need to provide factual information backed by trusted resources and experts. Number 2, building trust with the public by listening, addressing concerns, having conversations, and providing transparency and clarity in CO2 messaging. And number 3, ultimately preserving and enhancing the North Dakota way of life by helping people understand how CO2 affects our important agricultural and energy industries and how those industries are essential to maintaining success in the state.
I jumped ahead one too many. I think we are missing a slide here. All right, so these key outcomes became the basis of the draft strategic education and outreach plan that you've been provided here. This outlines a comprehensive approach to effectively engage and inform audiences through tailored education initiatives and community outreach. We'll go over some of the highlights of this plan today, but the plan itself really does go into a lot of detail. So it's our intention to take any feedback or direction that you have just based on the presentation, but we'd also like to provide the opportunity for you to take that with you, review it when you have time, look at it. And if you have other questions, feedback on anything that's included in that, as we go into 2025, we'd love to be able to get that and incorporate those things, because again, like we mentioned, this project does go through June of next year. So moving into that draft plan itself, we started by providing some background about the state and the Industrial Commission and their role related to these types of projects, specifically CO2. We also included an overview of the history of carbon capture, utilization, and storage in the state, including highlighting those current CO2 related initiatives that are happening here, some of which have been in place for 2 decades. We then moved into the plan goals based on the scope of this project, and those 5 goals that were established were to, number 1, provide factual information and craft messages in ways that can speak to multiple audiences, establish a reliable source of information for those audiences to be able to learn about CO2 in North Dakota, create a library of branded materials that can be used by the state and partners to communicate about CO2, provide an opportunity for the public to ask questions, clarify information, and give feedback, and provide clarity around evolving CO2 regulations, industry challenges relating to those regulations, and economic impacts. So using our desired outcomes and our project goals, and based on all that research and data that we collected over the first several months, we developed the 5 key themes for messaging for this strategic education and outreach plan. First of which being safety, which has understandably been the most common theme and point of discussion related to CO2 out in the public. Audiences have a desire and a right to ensure that CO2 transportation and storage will not endanger themselves, their families, or their livelihoods. So that means that our educational information will need to address the risks, explain how risks are mitigated, highlight the stringent regulations, monitoring, and mitigation requirements that are in place with these initiatives, and emphasize North Dakota's priority on significant planning, research, training, and technology required of all CO2 projects. The second key theme is natural preservation. There's a strong desire to protect North Dakota's natural environment, and questions related to CO2 often arise related to the necessity of CO2 in the atmosphere, impacts on water, soil, plants, and animals, and those types of things. So thus, education information will need to address and explain current atmospheric CO2 concentrations, the state's unique geology being suited for permanent safe storage of CO2 deep underground, and that CO2 storage does not have an impact on water, soil, animals, or plants on the surface above. The third key theme is landowner rights. We all know that landowner rights are important to North Dakotans, and words like eminent domain and amalgamation cause a lot of concern. Communications around this key theme really should explain the easement and pore space process, compensation processes for landowners related to CO2 projects, and highlight that there is no intention or desire to take away land ownership as it relates to CO2. Key theme number 4, and to your point, Governor, North Dakota pipeline and CO2 history. Many people are not aware that North Dakota has been involved in CO2 capture, transportation, and sequestration for more than 20 years, and that there are 3 active sequestration projects and 2 active CO2 pipelines safely operating in the state. So education efforts need to highlight this history, and that North Dakota has been at the forefront of studying and implementing CO2 initiatives for decades. And finally, theme number 5 is federal regulations and economic impact. This is another common theme when it comes to CO2 is the question of why. Why are we doing this? Why do these projects exist? So education efforts will need to highlight how capturing and storing CO2 benefits the state's coal and ethanol plants, by allowing them to continue to operate in low or no carbon markets and evolving regulatory landscapes, how it benefits farmers by creating a broader market for North Dakota corn, and has the ability to extend the life of North Dakota's oil fields through future enhanced oil recovery. So having established those goals, outcomes, and key themes, the plan then goes into who it is that we are trying to communicate and get these messages out to, and what those key messages are and which are most impactful. As part of this, we developed 3 primary messages that all sub-messaging will fall within or underneath. Those messages being, you are concerned about safety. We are too. Safety is our top priority. We take pride in our agricultural and energy heritage and the natural beauty of North Dakota. We want to protect and enhance it, and your landowner rights are important and respected. From there, using that research and other demographic tools, we developed 13 audience personas. So with these personas, while they can't, of course, be exclusive of every single person that lives in the state, they do help us identify different segments of the population, identify how they typically receive information, what they value, what motivates them, etc. These personas, which include categories such as Farmer Jack or Advocate Anna, Political Sam, Educator Jason, to name a few, all include background information on this segment of the population, messaging tips, key messages, and information for both people that would be in these categories that are supportive or skeptical or unsupportive of CO2 initiatives. So after
What
developing,
is the, is there something I'm missing on like the 60 on the behind, on the designation behind the different personas? 5B, does that tie back to something else, or is that?
those tie back to, we use a tool called Esri Tapestry. And Esri Tapestry, it has a very broad, higher level kind of persona generation like this. So we use that as our baseline to figure out who are the categories that live within these most impacted communities. So we're looking at the counties and the areas that are most likely to have projects in the future, have projects now. So those tie back to that broader Esri Tapestry category or categorization. And then we really narrowed that down to be more specific to our audience.
Is Esri an acronym that?
Esri is, it's a GIS. Probably stands for something, but it's known mostly as Esri.
But from Esri, the folks in Minneapolis?
Yes.
For their headquarters.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. All right. So the next portion of that draft plan then goes into how these key messages can be provided to our key audiences to meet those identified desired outcomes. So we're referring to this first phase as collaboration and connection, and that includes the development of our creative library of materials, development of training materials for the state and stakeholders, identifying and providing information to the sphere of influence that surrounds this project, developing an events calendar for ongoing participation, and creating a 3-tiered communications outreach plan. So the first part of that is the creative library, as Brent mentioned early in the presentation. This is really the development items that we are pulling together that can be used in implementation for this plan. This includes web, digital, social media, printed materials, talking points, video and photo assets, handouts, article content, and much, much more. Several of these items have been created to date, and the others are still in production to be delivered prior to this project completion. Go ahead, Brent.
I was just going to add, as we're working on completing those, is maybe tying back to why, when we scoped this for the completion of this being the end of the biennium, June 30th, was we wanted to give ourselves the opportunity that if during this upcoming legislative session there was additional questions or issues that came up during the legislative session that we wanted to create new materials for, we would have that ability to do that.
And I think in terms of the time here today, because we could go deep on all the execution and down the thing, but I think with one of the commissioners here, this is a draft providing feedback on the top level messages. I guess I would ask the commissioners if there's some thoughts that they have. I've got a few on the, on your sort of big 5. feedback, and I've got some other detailed ones. Maybe I can get you offline because that's what you're really looking for today is to get feedback from us, right?
Yeah. Today or in the coming weeks, we have the executive team has also got this draft and they're providing input as well. So,
And I guess what it all comes down to with the very first project that was developed and that CO2 was sent to Weyburn Fields in Canada. We knew and we also learned some things from that, which was enhanced oil recovery works. And it's certainly something we should look at here in the state. But first and foremost, when we went down this path in 2009, 2008, it was because all this conversation that ensued about carbon footprint, we could see that the crosshairs were on our power plants in the state. And that's primarily why we started down this path. And I know I've said it over and over again, but we did it for all the right reasons. And it works. And I know that people have twisted it. It's been at times misrepresented. But the reality is what North Dakota did was to save our industries and to enhance our ability to do more with our resources well before the federal government ever got involved. So this type of work is important that it illustrates that and it shows it. That we were there way before the federal government even thought of doing this or trying to, make a program out of it.
And it started around base power load generation.
Yep.
But then here we are in 2024, and because of the framework that Commissioner Goring and my predecessors and ERC and the legislature all put into place, where we were the first in the nation to be able to permit a Class 6 well, Red Trail sells this year for either at or the highest multiple of any ethanol plant ever sold in America. And so that's a direct economic benefit, back to agriculture, which is 20 years ago, we were about saving coal. Guess what? Now it's helping has potential to sell, help everybody in the state that raises an acre of corn. So my part of my feedback on the top 5, sticking Fed regs and economic impact into one bucket. The economic impact's got to stand on its own. I mean, the economic impact is massive. And every time I hear people say this is a waste product, it's not a waste product if we just got a 6x multiple on a ethanol plant. That's not a waste product. No, we weren't storing waste in the ground. We were providing a product that the market wanted to buy, and somebody thinks they're going to want to buy more of that in the future. It has nothing to do with climate. It has everything to do with serving markets. And that's what the business that we're in. And now with that, I mean, when we talk about the record, $60 billion of projects coming here, whether it's the low carbon pig iron, the Petchem project that just, did a press release this week up at Trenton, that could be a $10 billion project they're working on 4 years. They would have never showed up in North Dakota 4 or 5 years ago if we didn't have the framework for CO2 storage, because they want to do low carbon intensive Petchem products because they can't do it other places. And so it's about markets, it's about serving markets. So then somewhere in here, it's got to come through loud and clear that, you can be against the CO2 if you're against agriculture, if you're against coal, and if you're against oil and gas, then you can line up and say, hey, I'm against CO2, because it becomes a value add for our 3 largest industries. And it's not just flipping through here. That's not quite jumping out at me. And maybe we're reacting to the messages of the people that want to kill fossil fuels because they're using the safety message. And I got a grand total of 0 people have died in America from CO2 pipelines. More people have died from vending machines tipping over on them that they're shaking, and that's an actual fact. Way more lightning strikes, shark bites. I mean, all that stuff. I mean, so I get that we want to address the safety thing, but then part of that is just we have to understand that the people that are driving some of this are opposed to internal combustion machines. And if you're opposed to internal combustion machines, then you're opposed to biodiesel, you're opposed to ethanol, you're opposed to oil. You want to kill fossil fuels, and you want to kill biofuels. if you want to kill, internal and have everybody go EV. So this is so I think there's an opportunity for stronger economic message because we have the proof point. 40+ million metric tons of CO2 as a value added product to Saskatchewan. What was that worth? I mean, let's get a number in here. I mean, we got people that are making money. Denbury, put Denbury's story in here. Denbury got bought for $6 or $7 billion. But I mean, I don't say kids, but these were a small little oil company experimenting with EOR, and ExxonMobil came along and bought them for $6 or $7 billion. I mean, and that was not in the Bakken. That was in Bowman County and 80s oil wells. I mean, we're creating values. We have the best examples in America already happening economically here. None of that happens if not the work started 20 years ago.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, and that is something that that is some of the additional materials that we're working on is those economic benefits. We know that Bank of North Dakota and ERC have done some studies on, the future economic benefits of enhanced oil recovery in the state, the tax revenues, those side of things. But there is that end, that citizen benefit. You talked about the farmer benefit and those types of things, and those are pieces that we are doing. I think that's a good feedback of separating the regulatory and the economic value.
Yeah, and we can mention the federal reg, but the federal regs is a 50-foot setback for FERC, not 4 miles in each direction. It's not an 8-mile swath, it's 50 feet. And we know the feds overregulate everything, but in this case, we thought that they missed it by, a factor of like 4,000 or something on the safety margin. So there's a way to find this common ground on safety, but
definitely there's been a lot of value that comes out of this. One thing you might want to encapsulate, you can synthesize it down. When I visited the Weyburn fields and what they attributed to the CO2 coming from North Dakota, that extended the life of that field 50 years. That's what I was astounded with. That's the kind of stuff that it makes a difference for this generation, next generation, the next generation. But hats off that we're going to save our power plants because we were responding to a market issue. We're responding to the enviros, the activists, and everybody out there that was caving to that. We aren't going to change their mind, so fine. We'll beat them at their game. We'll lessen the carbon. We'll lessen that carbon intensity score. And we did. We went after Class 6 injection primacy.
Good feedback.
Excellent. I know it's getting late and you guys have some more business, so I'll try to buzz through the rest of it and then take any other questions or feedback that you have.
I know I just hit the top line on it because the stuff on the back that's more for someone who would actually be executing a plan. I think these guys and their teams can provide the feedback to you there. So if you got some other key points, I'd hit those and then wrap up.
I will do that. So this was just an example of some of the stuff that's been created to date and kind of the next steps. I think where I will just conclude is our timeline at the end. So really what we're looking for through the project end is, again, continuing that creative library development, taking any feedback from this group and ongoing feedback from the executive team to finish up or finalize the strategic plan. January through April really we're starting to distribute a lot of this information to stakeholders and people internally, all with the intention of this being concluded, or at least this project being concluded the end of June 2025. And then this plan provides recommendations going into the next one, how to really amplify that work going forward. So
I have one specific request, which is on your list of people you've interviewed. I didn't see Lynn Helms included. And
we have.
Have you?
Yes. But he was part of
our executive team prior to his retirement.
Okay. Well, I would run this draft by him again. I mean, he's one of the experts in the state. I know you're working with the ERC, and I'm sure you've got Charlie as part of your.
Charlie and Beth and John and Tyler.
Because we're fortunate that in the state that we've got people that have been part of this, doing this, and put us at this leading position as a state. But Lynn Helms' last presentation that he made to our group after his 25 years of service last year talked about how we don't have enough CO2 in North Dakota for EOR and what that value, it's what Doug's talking about, what the value would be to the Bakken if we had what Wayborn, if we can extend the life of this field. I mean, that number's enormous. And that number ought to be front and center, because if enhanced oil recovery with CO2 extends the life of that, that means the legacy fund, that means the highway fund, that means the water fund, that means the school fund. I mean, every single North Dakotan's life is better. And there's a direct tie. I mean, it's not like some abstract thing. I mean, there's a direct tie between the benefits of that. And we just have to make that link super, super solid. Because right now people are like, oh, this thing is, has nothing to do with me. No, it's not. It's got something to do with everybody. And I would say again, we've got a change of administration coming, but those changes aren't permanent. And so, and part of it, to get capital to flow, you got to get capital to flow to places where it's stable and long term. Because if you're going to invest in petchem or pig iron or a steel plant in North Dakota, you better say, hey, I'm going to have an economic return regardless of which administration is in. And part of that safety net for them is to make sure that they've got the ability to deliver low carbon product. That's how they're thinking. Each of us may think differently, like, oh, it's like the battle's over. No, it's like, if you're trying to make a capital decision on $10 billion, $20 billion, you want to know that you're going to have a return over the next 30 years, not over the next 4 years. If you think it's 4 years, you don't make the decision. So us having the framework allows us to get the capital regardless of the political shifts or views of something. And that's all going to be in that economic section. Okay. All right. I last teeny thing, I wouldn't make people do the math. When we talk about they've been doing 2 million tons for nearly 25 years. I would actually just get a graph in there that shows the thing. I mean, people don't even know where that pipeline is. There was no protest when it went in. They don't even know where it is. People can't even tell you where the pipeline is. It's operated safely for all those years. Okay. All right. Thank you both. Appreciate you guys coming late. Thanks for your flexibility. Karen, what do we have left here?
Legal update and some
Okay, we got
administrative office.
Bill and John back. This should be quite quick.
Chairman, not too many updates since our last meeting in terms of ongoing litigation against the federal government. Primary update is for our DAPL intervention that was granted, so we will be part of those proceedings going forward. Other than that, the cases.
And say again on the intervention, remind us what court that is, and is this over the what aspect of DAPL? Because we've got the multiple things. I know we're still waiting for the federal court on the 38 million. But.
Yep. So it's unrelated to that. This is several years ago, the DC courts directed the Corps to redo its environmental assessment. It has been continuing to do that assessment, but last month, Standing Rock brought suit again in the DC courts, arguing for the pipeline to be shut down until the environmental review is completed. That case, it's still in its initial stages, but we've requested to intervene because we are not confident the federal government will continue to defend or at least represent what the state's interests are, which is not shutting down DAPL. So the court has allowed us to now intervene. And other than that, the rest of our cases continue to truck along. No major developments, but happy to answer any questions you gentlemen may have.
Any questions for Phil?
Thank you.
Questions for John?
I have.
Okay.
One last thing, the big one, in the legal update. So the commission's been briefed many times over the course of many months on this, but today was kind of not the conclusion, but one of the final steps in the BLM, Bureau of Land Management, Resource Management Plan. We originally commented on this back on May 24th, 2023. The state protested it on September 10th, 2024. And the governor sent his first consistency review to the BLM state director on October 9th, 2024. The update I gave the commission last meeting was that the BLM replied to us and didn't take any of our requests or ideas into place. So the next step in the administrative process was for the governor to appeal to the BLM director, Director Tracy Stone Manning. So that was submitted today. Today was 30 days since the BLM state director replied to us, and that was the end of the statutory limitation or statutory time of 30 days. So that was submitted this afternoon. Next steps are we will wait for a reply from the BLM director. After that, they can either stop, they can make changes, or they can do it as is, and then that will go in the Federal Register as a final decision. They have no timeline. It could be 24 hours or, 2 years.
Really?
There's no statute that binds them to make a decision that I'm aware of. But we will see. Maybe a couple high points in the RMP. You have all been very briefed on all of this stuff. I think the two big things that I will mention is one of the things that we talked about, or the governor talked about in the RMP, is for Director Stone Manning to recuse herself from this decision because she has taken a job at the Wilderness Society, which has had legal actions against the BLM in North Dakota.
Sure.
So that was one of the things that we brought up. And continue to just talk about how they haven't listened to North Dakota. We have talked many times about Bankhead Jones land, and so on and so forth. So while this is not the official conclusion, this is kind of the last stop in the administrative process before a final decision is made, and then things turn over to Phil.
And this is relatively rare because this is in the history of these.
3 times.
This is only the 3rd time in national history that a governor has filed a protest against a thing, but this is our last execution to do this. And I couldn't kick it down the can to the incoming because the 30th day was today. So we're if it goes before the Supreme Court, Drew, it could be Burgum v. Burgum. And I'm going to be there. And I'm going to know that guy from North Dakota, that Burgum guy from North Dakota. Everything he said.
Soon it's settled.
He is. I'm going with this thing. That's it.
I like it.
That is it. On the RMP.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Jim.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Yep.
Yeah. Merry Christmas. Later.
Okay, we got a few items left on the Industrial Commission meeting minutes that were distributed at the time on November 26th. Those are distributed in advance. Do we have a motion?
I move.
Second.
Motion second. Any additions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Attorney General,
Yes.
Yes. Next item is back to Karen on the approval of North Dakota Mill President annual bonus.
yes. Contract for 30%, bonus is 30% of his annual salary. That 30% is broken out into 2 parts. 20% is related to the gain sharing plan, 10% is related more to the strategic plan. So based on those calculations and the performance of the mill, the gain sharing payout, what I'm recommending for the president for this year is $105,976.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
$105,976. And let me know if you have any questions about the.
A little bit less than what the total eligibility would be or allowable.
Yes, his total eligibility would have been 113,960.
Okay. So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. We have any questions?
That will bring total compensation for the year to 485 roughly.
His annual salary right now is $371,000.
It's all in there, so I just making sure I got those things right. Okay.
Private sector pays more, but lucky to have them.
Call for the vote.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Attorney General.
Yes.
Governor,
Yes. Motion carries. Next, we've got approval for the Industrial Commission Executive Director compensation. That's under number 19. As you know, Karen was serving in dual roles. Going back to August of 2022, both as the North Dakota Securities Commission and the interim director for the Industrial Commission. She was only drawing salary from the Industrial Commission. She's going to a single role at the Industrial Commission, which we're very pleased to have her leading the Industrial Commission. And so the recommendation that's being put before us is to pay her salary at the level that we were approved for the previous executive director for the commission, at least at that level, 151,380, now that she's in a single role.
Couple of things as we go back. We had a discussion, and I think, Governor, I think I have your budget right. Your proposal just is 200 to 250, I think, going forward, and that was based, as I recall it, and people will correct me. I recall us having that discussion that we believed the range, that was the range that we thought appropriate.
Yes.
I think people aren't aware of the salaries as the public assesses these things. We get asked about these things from time to time. And I'm dealing in round figures here, but I believe we just talked about the mill, an elevator, and I believe the bank president who was hired last summer, our bank president makes in the little over $420,000 range, plus or minus. DMR, our new director there, is about $300,000 plus or minus. And there's a variety of other people who come in, and I'm not begrudging any of these salaries at all. I'm noting them for us to look at this as it is an executive function and a very important one. The executive director, the deputy director, the staff, there are eyes on all of this stuff, as we all know, and I deeply appreciate that. I've been here 3 years now. How long do I get to keep saying I'm the newest member? I'm still the newest member, but for another 2 days. 2 days. I can say I'm going to say that for 2 more days. But I'm looking at this figure, and I don't know how we arrived at that figure, but I'm using those matters as context, because if you go to 151, and we were talking about a range, and the governor's proposed the budget, I think, and it's reflective of the discussions that we had, that's substantially below the low end of that. And our executive director has been functioning in this role for a couple of years now. When was it that you took the reins? It's been at least 2 years, right?
2022.
Yeah. So I mean, we're dealing with a number of years here now. I personally believe that the salary merits that in the abstract, and then on top of that, we have experience with our executive director. I was happy to make the motion here some months back to remove the interim title. And we're going forward with this. Well, that being said, I know that I checked in a little bit. We've got more salary room than that under our existing budget, which isn't big enough. And that's why I think the governor asked for more going forward. But I think we've got salary closer in the area of 170, 175 for just the remainder of this biennium. And I'm of the mind that the appropriate salary is north of this 151 for sure. And I'd propose a salary. I will just take, looking at the room that we have in there and keeping a couple dollars south of that. I know budgeting goes on that. If we've got 170, I would propose that we go to 100, and I just did the math here quickly. I'll be corrected as I scratch this on my paper here, but if we were to have a salary of 169,500, it would still be a little over 15% below what we think the range is, and that the governor just proposed. But we don't really have a choice on that, and it's uncomfortable talking about this in the presence of the people. That's like that. They're open salaries anyway. So forgive me. I don't mean to be acting like the human being that we're talking about is from here, but I'm going to go through that. It's a little over 15% below what we all thought the range would be back when we first started discussing this, and the only reason I'm proposing that number is because that's what we've got. I'm told we've got about 170, maybe we got a little bit more, but you always got to build in a little bit of cushion there. I think that's the responsible thing to do. So I guess that's what I want to propose. Based on this job, the responsibility that comes along with it, the oversight of other executives, and bringing our eyes onto the materials, these things, the oversight of all of it. I can't gainsay that. You've all been here longer. I propose that we list that salary, not list that salary, that we set the salary for now, prior to the next biennium. I think we need to evaluate it again. I would propose a salary of 169.5, and I think that comes out to be, like I said, a little over 15% below what we have as the low. And I'm proposing it there because that's basically the money that we have within responsible budgeting.
The money we have in the current industrial commission.
Current, we can pay at the
salary
level of 100, yeah. 100.
Through next June.
Yep.
And so your motion is 169.5
169.5.
through the remainder of the biennium.
Right.
With a reevaluation based on the market ranges that we
Yeah.
included in our budget for the 2025, 2027 biennium.
Yep, I think these salaries, and the other ones I mentioned, by the way, I'm not taking issue with any of them. They're merited. They're all public salaries. People understand the responsibility of the dollars that are coming through and flowing around by the executive decision making and oversight of these teams. It's remarkable. I've had a lesson in this in the last 3 years just to see how much comes through this this commission. And it's an accountable commission, as are the people who are compensated to do its work, and that absolutely includes our executive director. It includes the team of people. They do such a great job. And we've welcomed on board a new deputy director, and I know he's going to be challenged in his work in a positive way, and he's going to enjoy it because it's interesting work always. And our staff is tremendous. They just do a nice job at these meetings everywhere else, all throughout the process. I'm going on too long. I think that's pretty straightforward and simple, frankly. It's 169.5 because that's all that we can afford right now.
Through the remainder of the
through the remainder of the biennium with the
reevaluation for the next biennium.
Yep, and I'm supportive, but if it's not obvious, of the range the governor proposed in the speech last week. Also, I'm supportive here for more prison space, but that's a different discussion. And okay, so that's my motion.
We have a motion. We have a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Doug?
So there's been a long history here of having an executive director that's not been compensated appropriately. Loved Carlene, and for whatever reason, she always resisted, and I don't know if she was afraid she was going to fall under public scrutiny for it. But even at that time when I came, there was 11 agencies that the executive director, I believe it was 11 at that time, had to manage and oversee. What are we up to now? 16? 16. If you look across any executive director of any one of the cabinets and different agencies, they're all compensated appropriately. And you're right, when we went through the study and we've looked at what a salary should be, it should be more. And I can live with 169 because I think we needed to move it up.
Yeah.
Where it lands at, maybe it's a little bit higher, but I think that's a comfortable place to be. I don't do this half-hearted or lightly. When you watch this and you see all the work that goes into this, people have no idea the things that take place, all of the agencies you got to communicate with, all the things that have to be done. I mean, love Claire, but he can be, difficult at times.
He's abrasive. He's abrasive.
I'm sorry, I should have picked on you. It's a public meeting, that should.
Oh, I'm good with
that.
All the state's watching this.
All joking aside, no, I think it's an appropriate. I think the figure you've landed on is appropriate for the position and for the work that's being done and the work that will continue to need to be done and the oversight and the communication that has to go on between all the different entities out there and all the reports that have to come before us. And I know you're going to be right in the middle of that too. So Welcome aboard, by the way. So with that, we'll land there and I'm good with that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second, and I want to make sure the motion includes the clarity that this is for the remainder of the biennium through next June 30th with the commitment to reevaluate relative to the ranges. Just for the public and for the commissioners, when we started this process a few years ago for the first time, actually getting market data for every position. I mean, because before that, we could speculate on market ranges, but we didn't know what the actual data was because we didn't have the data sets. So through HR, Molly Harrington, we acquired almost a dozen different data sets because sometimes you need a different provider that says this is what a nurse gets in North Dakota. This is what a public health nurse gets. This is what someone who's doing, addiction counseling gets. This is what someone as a corrections officer gets. And they're rapidly moving because, in the last couple of years, we got way out of whack in things like law enforcement, where, sheriff's offices are suddenly paying $20,000 more than we were paying it in corrections, and then we couldn't get enough corrections officers. So we've got a small amount for equity changes, but this year, when we're doing the budget, we had 15 data sets, and those data sets include things that touch the Industrial Commission, the bankers, the petroleum engineers within DMR. And as Doug said, the most underpaid person in the state of North Dakota when I've been here was Carlene.
Yeah.
She would refuse. We tried, but she was the most underpaid, both on the scale, the complexity, and the impact of the decisions that are being made across these 16 agencies. So I vote for it enthusiastically because we know Karen is performing at a high level in this role, but I want to just make sure that we're emphasizing that this by no means gets it into the range. As the Attorney General has said, this doesn't even get us to the bottom of the range, and Karen Tyler is not bottom of the range leader. What we've been, for most people, we're trying to get them to the middle of the range, not the bottom of the range, and that's what we've been able to do, and that's what's allowed us to have less turnover and retain good people. 100%. When we retain good people leading organizations, then that's how we've been able to get taxes down in North Dakota and costs down. I mean, we run a more efficient government, produce more revenue, and it takes leadership to do that. So with that, we got the motion. Do you have the motion written correctly there? Okay, and then we'll call for the vote.
Attorney General,
Yes.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Governor.
Yes, motion carries. Okay, the Industrial Commission meeting schedule for next year.
See that.
I just want to say this is the first thing we voted on today that I don't care a whit about. Everything else I'm pretty passionate about. But this one, you guys have at it.
Maybe the governor, the new governor, will be a little lenient on a few of these things. But looking at, I moved the schedule for 2025.
I would like to talk about this for a while.
It's 5 to 7.
Fine. I second motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll call for the vote.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Attorney General.
Yes.
Yes, motion carries.
One last thing on the salary issue. I know Governor Dalrymple wouldn't mind me saying, he used to talk about this very issue, same thing during his time here, and was concerned about it because about what it meant for down the road and compensating people fairly. And he understood that some of her concerns, he felt like she was worried about other things that she shouldn't be worrying about. And I sat here when Carlene, we did elevate the salary a little bit and watched. She was physically uncomfortable, and that's nice, but that's not the way it has to be. And that is incumbent upon the people sitting down here for us to move those matters. And so I just want to say that I think this has been a constructive discussion across the months, and I'm glad the governor kept emphasizing that it's got to continue on when we get into the new budget year. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Karen.
One more item of business under the administrative office.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, I don't know, Governor. I don't know. Now, it's become pretty obvious, people, you're not running for a third term. But I had a 45-minute set of remarks I'm not going to give because of the hour. I'll just ask that they be added to the record. You know what I'd say. But we do have this resolution honoring you, Gov. Doug, you're our friend. In addition to you've been a great governor, and I've known you a long time. but it's really been a privilege to work with you so closely the last 3 years. I have learned a lot. I've enjoyed it. People don't believe that governors can be funny. Ours is funny. We have a funny governor. Good natured, always about it. I absolutely just marvel at your drive to make things better and work on the things that matter to you, other than apparently the schedule for next year. I think you came up a little short there, but everything else, we really appreciate it. And that's both, it's professional, it's personal too. And we're super proud of you. The state's proud of you. And it was so much fun to be at, well, I was at an attorney's general meeting. That wasn't that much fun. But talking to my colleagues from around the country, they've been watching what you've been doing. They're all excited. They're excited about you being the Interior Secretary. It wasn't just the Republicans. So congratulations on that in advance. And that's great for North Dakota and our interests here in North Dakota, our economic interests, our environmental stewardship interests, our relationships with our tribal nations, and the list goes on. Pretty awesome. You've done a great job. And it's an honor to, I'm going to read through this resolution, and I'm going to take the minutes to read it, because every single one of these and more. That's a resolution honoring Governor Doug Burgum for his service as chairman of the Industrial Commission of North Dakota. Pretty cool too. Whereas Governor Doug Burgum has led the oversight of the Industrial Commission's agencies and programs with distinction and dedication, and whereas during his 8-year tenure of leadership, Industrial Commission agencies and programs have achieved record milestones and impact for our citizens, communities, and the state overall, including 3.4 billion barrels of oil produced under the oversight of the Industrial Commission and Department of Mineral Resources, as North Dakota remains the nation's #3 oil producing state. Securing the future of Coal Creek Station and the sale of Nexus HVDC line through innovative commission agency partnerships with the private sector to retain critical baseload electricity production and transmission. The securing of DMR of Class 6 primacy for permitting active carbon capture storage projects on April 24, 2018, making North Dakota the first state in the country to hold this status. Nearly 500 disaster relief loans produced by the Bank of North Dakota, totaling $162 million to help farmers, ranchers, businesses, and citizens recover from extreme agricultural drought and unprecedented flooding. 123,463,000 hundred weights of flour sold by the North Dakota Mill, generating over $112 million in profits, along with the completion of an expansion in 2022, making it the largest single-site flour mill in the country. Over $1 billion in clean water and drinking water infrastructure projects financed through the Public Finance Authority's state revolving fund program, impacting communities large and small across the state. The approval of over $217.4 million in grant awards across the Energies Research and Commercialization grant programs overseen by the Commission, driving critical innovations in private sector investment. The approval of more than $62.9 million in grant awards through the Commission's Outdoor Heritage Fund program, supporting conservation, wildlife habitat, and outdoor recreation. $3.2 billion in bonds issued by the Housing Finance Agency to fund construction or rehabilitation of 3,016 single and multifamily housing units and help 11,421 home buyers purchase their first home. Overseeing the Geological Survey's expansion of the fossil dig program. I don't even know that one. You didn't do that while I was here. I'm glad you got that done before I arrived. One of the
You should
largest.
go on one. It's great.
Everybody was digging, and then I arrived, and the digging stopped. One of the largest in the nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Industrial Commission of North Dakota expresses its deep gratitude to Governor Doug Burgum for his dedicated, innovative leadership of the Commission, agencies, programs, and team members, for his committed service to the people of this great state, and for his friendships. So.
I was gonna say, that's not a standing ovation, it's just people getting ready to leave.
Standing ovation.
I'm never sharing my notes with you again.
Thank you, Doug and Drew, and And I want to say again, all those numbers are impressive, but obviously it's a team effort. We've talked about when Doug steps down, those numbers will be even bigger because you've been at this for such a long time. But in between the commission and all the great people that work in these agencies that the Industrial Commission oversees, Karen and the team at the Industrial Commission, it's a big team effort. The governor's staff and your staff, Dutch and Phil and all the folks that are regular attendees here at the meeting, Zach, John, everybody that are here helping out. It's a big team effort, but we've really moved the state forward, and it's been so fun for Catherine and I to be around the nation telling North Dakota story, and a big part of the North Dakota story is what's happened here at the Industrial Commission. So that's been very exciting, and it's going to end up being a blueprint for the direction our country needs to go. And I think people are recognizing that we got it going here, and
They are.
and if we were doing this all over, we'd we got some things going here that other people are dreaming about.
Yes.
So best of
I gotta
America right
thank you.
here.
You've been passionate since you've been here, and you jumped in with both feet. Things that you maybe didn't know a lot about, but boy, did you learn it. And whether it's been oil and gas, water, all that we worked on, agriculture, I mean, you've been there as a great partner all the way through this. You addressed some big issues, some of the biggest the state's dealt with at times in the last 8 years. So thank you for that.
Oh, it means a lot. Thanks, Doug. And I would, to my commissioners, I want to say that I know that there have been times when you guys are busy, you got full schedules, and I know that feeling when I'm asking that 50th question of the day and people are looking at their watches. But I just want to say thank you for your patience with me, because I always, I'm trying to lead with curiosity, but I think it's important for these agencies also to know that we're asking the tough questions, and I know you two will keep that going when I'm gone. Keep diving in and doing that, because that's part of what we're the governing board that needs to drive accountability, and we can only do that if we're and this is a far from a rubber stamp board. This is a board that really digs into the issues. And I know all of you get prepped for the meetings, and then in the meetings are long and whatever. I mean, I talk to other governors, and they can't believe that we're doing this once a month, 5 or 6 hours, and banging through dozens of agencies and making big decisions that are driving it forward. But it's like there's real leadership happening, and we're always. I want to thank again the staff. You guys bring the cookies and the stuff every time, but we're always happy to host in the governor's conference room. And so I appreciate you guys coming here and us using this as sort of the base for the Industrial Commission.
It's great. Well, your engagement with all the people who come through here too, your inquisitiveness and everything else, it is contagious. You can see it when they come in. I think people seem like they actually look forward to walking in. I really do. And it is remarkable. One of the things I told the attorneys general who've been asking, not just now, but in the months leading up to this too, one of the first things I always tell them is I tell them about this commission, not every state has one, and the land board. And I said, the guy's running for president of the United States. He's running around doing all these things, and you didn't miss not one single meeting for industrial commissioner land board. It's incredible. You came into the same level of preparation, and you could have been forgiven if you had said, you know what, I'm kind of doing this other project. But you didn't do that. And it's a seriousness of just you as an individual, Doug. And I just admire that so much, because that you took on a major task, and you're going on to amazing things, and you're going to do amazing things for the country and the state. But you didn't take your eye off the thing. You said, these are some of the most important, if not the most important things I do as governor, and kept at that. I'm always going to remember that's a great example too. No, thanks.
You need to give me the brand of the vitamins you take.
But I want to say that it's interesting that the best preparation that anybody could probably have for leading Interior is actually Industrial Commission.
Yeah.
When you think about the parallel issues that we have across all of the things, and the only thing that we don't have here that really is in a big way in the Interior is offshore. So that's an area that I'm going to have to dig into, because we didn't have any drilling rigs on Lake Metigoshe. Way beyond the horizon.
If someone would have brought it up, we would have.
You're decent at learning new things, though. So
it'll be okay. And Drew, you mentioned that you said it was good to have a governor that's funny. That is the highest compliment I've had. I got about 4 years ago, after I got reelected, there was a second grader that wrote in like big, large print, you know, the reasons to vote for Doug Burgum. And it was a child of somebody that I knew, but they sent me the thing and it was written by the child. And anyway, number 3 was, he's funny when nobody's looking. So I'm, now that it's out, now that you've actually noticed it, because I thought it was just some second grader.
You gotta understand too. Drew's the one that said it. Drew thinks he's funny, so.
No, I know. I laugh really easy including at my own jokes. I'm not even a good measure probably, but I came from the hallway the other day. We were talking about going deer hunting. And you were telling some stories and I got back to the office. I was still laughing. I said, I'm gonna miss that guy. That was good. Talking with your son. Self-deprecating, good, good hunting stories.
So, and then Karen, was this just some file papers that you want to file?
Got to sign all those.
To carry your stuff out in.
All right, so
So it's another copy of your resolution.
okay, all right, great. Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, look at this. This is someone's original painting of the Theodore Roosevelt Library. Look at that.
Yeah.
And it's starting to look that way.
Yep.
Under construction, if you guys haven't been out there, but
So it's a painting by the artist Kelly Thompson from Grand Forks, and then there's an inscription on the back.
far and away the best prize that life has to offer is the chance to work hard at work worth doing. So that was, of course, the Theodore Roosevelt quote, one of my faves. So we've had a chance to work hard at work worth doing here in the Industrial Commission. Well, that's beautiful. Thank you, Karen and the team. Who's this from? So-
From all of us.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's really, really special. And if you're gonna ask me what I'm gonna do on my first day off, I'm going to spending Sunday out at the library, so.
Are you?
Yeah.
That's
I
good.
got some folks coming in from out of town that we're trying to recruit that are to support the project, so that's
There you
great,
go.
good way as a private citizen.
Well, can we get a picture?
Yeah, can we get a picture?
Absolutely.
Are we adjourned, by the way?
We can right now. I think we've got all the information.